checking the tech. Let's see, because I don't know. The more I get ready, the more I test stuff, the more it backfires the night of the transmission. Now, not even my phone is freaking working. I don't even know if we are on air, are we? Let's see about that. Let's do it this way. Yes, somebody's live. Let's see if my voice is coming out. Checked. Oh my god, what a nightmare. Hello, good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everything that managed to come over, and one more week, one more month instead. And welcome all to six oscillators, where guitars and synthesizers collide. One more time, we're fighting. I'm fighting the tech. It's not the tech's fault. It's my fault. We all know I hate computers. They hate me back. But let's hope that most of, or at least half of what I had ready for today, which obviously had to reset from scratch all over again, back to reverting and back to rebooting and rebooting and trying to fight computers. We'll see what can we do after all. Let me see. Okay, that seems to be almost ready. If it wasn't for... Yes, this one is playing up. Cool. This time I'm not alone. Thankfully, I'm not alone in this crazy adventure that we're trying to go through, because I really, really appreciate the efforts that he goes through, because we all know who I'm talking about, but in case you don't, he's a trooper. He's beloved by all you and followed by many, many others than myself. And 50% of the reasons why we're doing this, because we both believe that guitars and synthesizers should not live apart. Not even with incredulity or with untrustfulness wall to separate them, as in they don't belong with each other. God, I'm gesticulated. Yeah, just let me say no more and just let me introduce to my tonight's beloved friends and co-host, Mr. Synthetic.
Oh, hey, fancy meeting you here.
We're back.
Yeah.
I'm in black. You are in black. We're all in black.
I'm
You're
actually in
gonna be
black, but
black.
this cheap camera shows me as blue. You have to go and actually
Yeah.
dial in the settings to make it look black. It's actually no, I'm sorry. This is actually navy blue. So I got it right this time. Usually black shows up as blue.
Uh-huh.
This is navy blue, so it's
But
correct this time.
I don't want you to be blue.
Oh. Mm.
So
Hard not to be blue with the current system in this country screwing things up, but that's another story. So.
Oh, rant away. We have 5 minutes and I still
Nah,
got
it's fine.
things to tweak.
It's no one wants to hear about that now. It's just more, stock market crashing and
Oh shit!
prices
What?
not going down and tariffs screwing everything up and
Oh my
yeah.
god! The only new it filtered to me this time, and once again, everything that comes through the net, through the World Wide Webs, I consider always dubious. Is apparently even the Trump administration has declared Elon Musk persona non grata.
Well, you knew that was going to happen eventually because Trump burns all of his fans and his people. Eventually, you get on his shit list because he's so
But
thin-skinned and pathetic. So
how bad can anybody be to make Donald Trump feel shame?
He
Come on.
doesn't feel shame. He just doesn't like to be ridiculed or made to look like a loser, even though he's, this is a whole long story, but he's
He
lost at
doesn't need
least 15
anybody.
major businesses.
He doesn't
How
need
many people
anybody.
do you know who've lost that many businesses and huge dollar businesses too? I would call that a loser.
Nobody. Yeah, nobody.
At the end of the day, you've lost that many times, you are a loser. He loves to call
Eh,
people losers. So
yeah.
there you go.
I mean,
The truth hurts.
I always found when one time I got explained why America had this significant difference with Spain business mentality. In Spain, you screw it one time, you're dead, you're over, you're finished. Nobody's going to give you a second chance.
Yeah.
I was explained that USA had a slightly tweak to that, as in if you screwed up the first time, a lot of people or more people will be wanting to give you a second chance under the supposition that now you know what not to do. So you're not going to do it again. Problem is Trump is proving that whole ethos wrong. It's like he keeps stomping on the same stone
Well, no, there's a concept
nonstop.
called failing up.
Exactly.
Anyone who's worked in corporate America or other big companies anywhere else uh, understands the concept of failing up. There are plenty of
Mm-hmm.
managers and directors and sometimes even CEOs that are really shitty and they still maintain their position. They get promoted,
Mm-hmm.
So it's a real thing. Failing up is a real thing, and he's living proof of it. So
Well, yeah. I don't know. It's so many missing mixed explanations, but the let's not, as you said, let's not get into that. Let's not get depressed
just
already.
well, the only problem here, if you want to buy
Mm.
a guitar, a synth, or a synth tar, or a
Mm-hmm.
whatever,
Mm-hmm.
going forward, the tariffs are going to screw a lot of things up. So you guys watching shows earlier on, you should have bought some of that stuff when we talked about it, because some of it's going to be expensive now. So
So how bad is it getting? So basically, is America going to pay the same price that Europe is paying
well, put
for
it this
things
way:
from Asia?
companies in other countries and countries in general are not stupid, right?
No,
We'd like to think they are because we treat them poorly because everyone
no.
thinks America is number one, right? So you
In
can only
some
shit on
things,
them so many times before they shit back on you.
oh yeah.
And so if you're going to charge them 20% or 25% or whatever the hell the tariff's going to be, you
Mm-hmm.
don't think they're going to do the exact same reciprocal tariff
Mm-hmm.
or some other type of way to get you back for overcharging them. So it's quid pro quo. We're not going to get away with anything. So when you say, "Oh, we're going to do that," and you're going to like it, it's not like a battered wife syndrome where they're going to go, "Oh, sorry." It's like no, they're going to say, "Okay, fine. You want to do that to us? We're going to do this to you." And all that happens is the consumers, the regular Americans,
Mm-hmm.
are just stuck in the middle, going, "Here we go again," right?
Yeah.
So that's
You
the
can
problem: is they're not helping anybody but their fat cat friends and the people on the other
uh,
side who are also going to overcharge. They're
don't
not
get me
helping
wrong.
anyone in the middle. We're all getting screwed.
Yeah, because
So
the biggest problem is you can't, well, at least to my knowledge, you can't buy American anymore because America's not building
well,
in
that's the
home.
problem. Yeah, it's this is a whole excuse like, well, we're going to overcharge them because we want to bring manufacturing back to this country. Like, who wants to
How?
pay $2,000 for an iPhone? I don't think anybody does, right? Because look how much an iPhone is unsubsidized, made in China. It's like $800, right? So do the
you
math if it's actually
you mean
made
that
here.
that's the map, that's the MIP,
Yeah, if you just
800.
flat out buy it without a carrier, it's about $800 usually, something like that, right? Um,
Okay, it's worse
well,
in the
close to that.
UK.
Well, yeah, in general. I'm just saying in general, right?
Yeah.
It depends on the brand, the model, all kind of stuff. But if it's made here, of course it's going to be way more than double.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows how much more? But that's why the manufacturer went over there to begin with. So you can't say, "Oh, we're going to bring manufacturing back,"
Yeah.
and have this nationalism and this kind of phony
Mm-hmm.
pride that things are
Mm-hmm.
made here because
Mm-hmm.
no one will be able to afford it.
Not to the price. And I don't know if you know, I assume it's in the TikTok sphere or the meme short video uh, standard. There's one of them, at least it reached me, so I assume it reached everybody at one point. There's a video of somebody who apparently is within the business actually stating the actual cost of the iPhone 16. I
Yeah.
think out of the gate of the factory, How much does the factory sells it before transport taxes,
Yeah.
export, and apparently it's $10 packed, sealed in the box,
Yeah.
$10 unit. Everything else, it's marketing, it's business.
No, the phone. There's no way all those electronics and fancy features in a phone cost only $10. The sensors alone and the camera alone cost more than $10.
Not at the rate that they're building them.
I mean, yeah, they could get them fairly cheap, but I don't
Don't,
know about
don't
that.
get me wrong. I don't mean
And
an
any kind of
iPhone.
labor costs, even if it's in
I
China,
don't.
there's
Yeah,
still
but
labor
once again,
costs.
is the mass production and is the robot production in China? I don't. I'm not saying that getting the first iPhone on the shop
Yeah.
costs $10. No, I mean the materials for the hardware in the box put
I mean,
into
no
a
doubt
container.
everything is marked up, obviously. Everything you ever buy is marked up. But
And once
uh
again, is a meme in the net. Can you
yeah,
believe everything in the net?
of course not.
But I can. I would very, very. I would believe that it could be around $100 finished, all materials included. Obviously, we're not accounting the R&D. That's not accounted. All
Yeah.
the brains in America designing the thing, that's
Right,
not
exactly.
accounted.
That's where most of the money goes.
That's just from the first grain of sand to make the first microchip until the cardboard box with the item goes out of the door of the factory. Just the factory. 100-ish tops.
Because listen to what like Kent's talking about for components for stuff, right?
Hmm.
Now, sometimes components aren't even necessarily that rare; they're just not as common. And so, depending on what they
Plus,
decide to use, obviously they're not going to use rare components in an iPhone. It has to be mass
mm,
produced,
no, no, no.
and they're all like SMT, so they have like
Yeah.
buckets full of them for pennies,
Hmm.
but like a camera, the accelerometer, some of those extra things are a little more fit. The screen is not that cheap.
Yeah, but that's
Gorilla
but that
Glass itself is not that cheap.
but that's the
And
point with iPhone. iPhone has been recycling technology they developed for the iPhone 12
well, of course, because why
all the way up
reinvent
to
the
the
wheel?
16.
All they have to do is make the camera better or the
And that's
screen
why,
better.
and that's the camera lens, maybe more than one, which I still don't believe. I don't understand why they need 5 camera lenses in one phone.
Well, you need at least three: close
One
up,
picture,
medium, wide angle. Actually, four: telephoto. So if the one lens can do macro well enough,
yeah,
you still need
different,
three. You need middle, telephoto, and wide.
like the TV cameras, the television studio cameras back in the 30s with 4 different tubes
Exactly. Or
inside of
like
the camera.
DSLRs or any kind of thing that has a switchable lens. There's a reason why you buy a fixed lens that's wide and a fixed lens that's telephoto and a fixed lens that's or a
Yeah.
medium lens that's variable, right?
Okay.
And it does macro as well as normal shots.
Let's not get into my head that why the heck do we need a camera that is capable to give you a picture of the surface of the moon? Let's not get into that.
Because I do astro stuff and I need that.
You do, but you have better equipment
And I
than an
also do
iPhone to do
macro stuff.
so.
I know, but it's in my pocket. So like as much as I love my DSLRs and my mirrorless cameras I have now for the other streams,
Mm-hmm.
it is amazing what you can do. I mean, they're making entire films with
Yeah,
an iPhone now, not even using prime lenses that much. You can literally
yeah,
do it with the built-in lenses,
yeah.
and actually because it's 4K and because the color balance is good, you can do cinematic level stuff in your pocket. Crazy.
And
There are at least 5 or 6 movies that were made on iPhone that went through circuits, went through all kinds of film festivals, got all kinds of awards, and they weren't fancy, but they're
I
made on an
choose
iPhone.
I choose to believe that those films are gonna be on the proportional level of the Witch Blair project type of
Watch
film.
them. No, watch them. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like one's Tangerine. There's a couple other ones out there that are literally shot on an iPhone. It's just like Black Eyed Peas making an album on an iPad. So you say, oh, you got to
Yeah,
use a whole fucking studio for that. No, you
no,
don't.
no,
If you know what
but
you're
that's
doing, you can
yeah.
use an iPad.
Plus,
You know.
70% of your instruments are already in the box. Are gonna be in the box
But
anyway.
also just everything and the functionality and the multi-touch and all the mixing capabilities are there. it emulates real world stuff pretty damn well.
I'm a
It's just the
skeptic.
dongles and all the shit hanging off it that makes it annoying for people.
Yeah, and the
Um,
battery dying in no time flat.
well, I mean, if it's recent, you can get 10 hours out of it. If older like mine, you get maybe an hour if you're lucky. So,
Okay.
but
You should make breaks every 2 or 3. That's what the pros advise.
but if you have the proper interface, the dockable interface, you have power. You have USB-C audio and MIDI. You
Who
have it all.
uh, you mean as a standard docking station for the iPad or
You
one
buy
of
a dock
those?
for it, a specialized dock. Like I don't. I had one a long time ago for my old 30-pin
Uh huh.
iOS stuff. I didn't buy another one because I had to keep changing it because they change the standard 3 times now.
With the IO
30-pin,
and
Lightning, and
controllers.
USB-C. So I
Yeah.
don't want to keep buying shit for it. The only thing I have I keep up with are the little audio interfaces, the portable ones that
Mm-hmm.
I use for all the hardware jam stuff, because I want to have something portable that's good quality that doesn't have a bunch of shit hanging off. It's literally just a little box with a microphone built in and an audio input this big, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes in my pocket and it's a whole, it allows the device to be a studio, mobile studio.
Yeah, but as I said, it's. I mean, I'm a non-believer. I already this portable setup that I
Well,
have.
you don't
I'm
like
just
Apple stuff anyway, so that's a different story. But
no, no. On top of it,
so,
I'm considering. I would be
yeah,
considering because I'm kind of the other end for many reasons, more out of laziness. I'm on the Samsung train. Okay,
yeah.
because I don't like Apple. Apple doesn't like me. Blah blah. So to me, the other alternative I found on a lazy way was Samsung. I would consider an iPad, but I
But
already
I'm
got.
telling you, MIDI guitar two, do 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 do. Here's your little synth guitar right here, and it's actually doing pitch to MIDI live. Do
It
do
is.
do. You don't have this on Samsung,
You do for
but
free.
there's still latency though.
Yes. Although
iOS
they
is always better
claim
because they put more time and money into it.
and they promise and blah blah, but yeah, uh, Android it was never designed for media for audio.
Exactly. So as a music and a technology and audio guy, you can't piss on Apple all the time. You have to embrace it at some
I'm
point.
not pissing on them. I just
I
don't
know, but a
like
lot of
them.
people do. They patently just hate it because of what it stands for. And
Mm.
I don't give a rat's ass. I've worked for them many times. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
beholden to them, other than the fact that I love what the devices
Mm-hmm.
do. They're very
As I said,
capable. You know.
I, even this same week I was considering start toying with the idea of getting an actual iPad because
Should.
Steinberg is making another promotion. I mean, it's like it's unrecognizable that Steinberg lately has been doing promotions left and right. I
Yeah.
mean, it's almost affordable. Not really, but it's almost affordable because they are trying to create another ecosystem to catch you in. And I was thinking, okay, iPad to do the mixer and the tracking and the VSTs. Well, yeah, because Cubase is he has been released in iPad. But then I
Cubase.
think
Yeah.
this laptop I'm using for this mobile setup, it's also touchscreen. Multi-point,
Mm.
I think it's 5 or 7 points touchscreen. I tried to use it. It's absolutely awkward. It's because
Get used to it though. I mean, if you're not a multi-touch person,
I'm not
it takes
getting
a
used
while.
to it because the things I want to do on it, I'm used to do it while a desk or a mixer or a keyboard or an instrument, an amplifier, whatever, is holding my limbs and then my fingers are doing the job. With the multi-touch, I have to be careful because if I lean
Well,
too much to one side,
you
I'm
have to
touching the
look. You
next
can't
control.
be. Yeah. There's less muscle memory with multi-touch devices because it's not physically there. So it's an interface that's a, virtual interface. So it doesn't have the convenience of real sliders, but it
Mm-hmm.
also has the convenience of being more tracks, totally portable,
and many
still
things
sounding
than just
great, and lots
sliders.
of other shit all at once. So there's a
That's why I
trade-off,
got
of
it.
course. Yeah.
That's why I got it
But
because I
like Kent has
the Raven.
the Slate Raven, and that's basically like Lemur was the first on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Lemur, which they actually put the Lemur app on the iOS, which is cool. You didn't
Mm-hmm.
have to buy the custom Lemur only interface, which is basically like an iPad. And they started with just all like MIDI controls, and you design your own layout with virtual sliders, virtual XY pads, virtual
Mm-hmm.
little knobs you can turn, all that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so, but Slate Raven was the combination of all that with the audio, which is really clever. So,
Mm-hmm.
and Microsoft had the Surface Pro Max or something like that, which was the Surface Pro
Mm-hmm.
tablet PC blown
Mm-hmm.
up into a much bigger thing. They had it at NAMM a couple times,
Ah, okay. You mean
and I
size
don't know if they
wise?
sell it anymore. But for a while, they were trying to compete with the Raven,
Mm.
basically.
Didn't Microsoft also try the tabletop?
That's what I'm saying. It's like they called it Surface Pro Max or something like that.
Okay,
It was more of a you wouldn't pick it up and move it. It's a big sucker.
it's like furniture
Um,
piece.
it's like a giant iMac. They have the big
Mm-hmm.
iMacs with the little arm in the back to hold them up, but much more
Mm-hmm.
sturdy
Mm-hmm.
because you're pushing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be something you could pivot. You could pivot it like that. And it's this huge. I can't even. It's off
Mm-hmm.
screen. I can't even imitate how size of the thing. But
Let's give you more real
yeah, it's
estate.
more like that. It's or way out here even. So that's the problem with the if you like it that way and it stays in one place, like Wacom, the graphics guys who do the graphics tablets, they have
No.
this Antique line, which is basically a draw on screen. It's a Wacom tablet embedded into the screen. So you're
Mm-hmm.
literally drawing on the screen with your stylus.
Okay.
So you don't get more personal than that as far as like pixel to pixel match the stylus with the pixel instead of
Mm-hmm.
having to abstractly go graphics tablet to screen.
Mm.
I'm looking down here, I'm drawing with my tablet, looking at the screen, which I've done for years.
So that
I'm
one
used to that.
is more like a canvas.
It's more like you're drawing directly on the screen with a stylus.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you have, or with your fingers. And
Yeah.
then you have complete control over your sliders and your XY and all that shit.
Yeah. As I said,
Um,
all these touch or motion sensors, in theory, it's is the future. But I'm too old, and my my health is not good enough. I get tired just by thinking of having to hold everything, the whole concept. It's like
well, yeah, you
playing a
can put it
feisty
flat. I
theremin.
mean, there's no reason why you have to have it up like this, where it's like modular. Some people don't like modular because you're constantly doing this, and your arms get tired, your shoulders get tired, right? Your neck gets
Mm-hmm.
tired. So then you can lay the modular down at 45 degrees, or you can do flat like a skiff, and you can.
But
But
yeah,
then now
but
it's your neck. Now it's
also
your neck that's having trouble.
also comes with other drawbacks. What I'm saying is just my experience with this laptop. As I said, it's a 16-inch screen, but it's 16-inch touch. It's all
Yeah,
surface,
yeah.
and it's probably too big. But then I think about a smaller screen, and I know that my sight is not gonna be able to cope because
And you're
in
gonna have
this
less interfaces there because you have to scale it so your sliders are still big enough for your finger, and stuff like that.
see
Because
it's like
I've done like I've used Reason on this before. The old Reason,
the
they
AW.
actually had the actual Reason before they took it off the store because Propeller had
Mm-hmm.
didn't like it.
Okay.
And so I have it on an old iPad, the actual Reason,
Mm-hmm.
before they took it off the store. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it was usable, but it's a lot smaller on even an iPad, a smaller iPad, not the Pro, but it's the regular iPad.
The
It was
10-inch.
usable, but it was still very small. Um, so it's one of those things. Do you want to use you can use an iPhone stylus with it, or you can use your finger very carefully, but then it becomes kind of fiddly. So the whole point was I just have Reason on the go. It
I
wasn't
mean,
a complete replacement for Reason because
yeah,
Reason you got to have the bigger things, but at least it was multi-touch Reason,
sure.
which until the iPad you couldn't do multi-touch Reason.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The concept is good, but I have the same opinion with electric cars. The concept is good. The bringing out to fruition, it's wrong.
Well, we're just not scaled for electric cars anyway. And the whole lie about the green cars when the charging stations are fossil fuel based is also a joke, right? So that's
I don't think did I mention you that I was looking into solar panel batteries lately? Did I mention
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
Okay,
we
we
talked
had
about
this conversation then. So it's crazy because I can see that market opening uh, arms wide, saying, "Yes, I want to have one of those battery pack, house size battery pack." I mean, it could feed up a big tent for a whole weekend, camping weekend, in the trunk of my EV because I don't know where the heck I'm gonna run out. So it's like the Jeeps carrying the 20-liter petrol tank on the back. It's exactly the same, just electric.
and they're also working on some. I talked to some guy who's doing some research at Stanford,
Hmm.
stuff that's not out yet, but it's prototype stuff, and it's they're working on like ceramic based batteries and stuff, long
Hmm.
life batteries, and
Hmm.
so this stuff's getting pretty crazy, you know.
But once again, it doesn't really scale because, believe it or not, when you get to the ideal ratios of packing electric power so it lasts long enough, which is the first problem,
Yeah,
and it gives you the good enough performance for that amount of time, the numbers get really crazy. And it's not because it gets crazy, not all because of the size and weight of the device, of the battery, of the container, is because the potential of accident multiplies exponentially even more than the potential of accident with
yeah, like the
petrol,
exploding Teslas. Yeah, exactly.
or just catching on fire and then
Yeah,
exploding
yeah,
because of the fire.
exactly. Yeah.
and and
But
short
also you have the
circuit.
thermal issues too. Like if you're going to drive your car to the snow to go skiing,
Yeah.
obviously everyone knows temperature affects battery
Yep.
life.
Yep.
And so what are you, how are you
They
going you
don't like
can't solve
cold.
that, you
They
know?
don't like cold. They don't like heat.
Yeah.
I don't think for vehicles, I don't think electric, as in power, it's the way. I would be
Hybrid, I'm okay with hybrid still because at least you have some, you're going that way a little bit and going a little easier on the gas. But I would never go completely electric unless,
the way I see it.
you know,
If the future has to go electric, and I don't see why because it really doesn't work, would be hybrid with nitrogen or hydrogen as fuel.
yeah,
You
hydrogen's
need
a good way to go. Sure.
a source of fuel that can fuel up quickly. And
Right.
by quickly, I mean under an hour.
Yeah, sure. Because you're traveling somewhere, you don't want to wait.
Well, you
Time
might
is
not have the time
precious.
to wait,
Well, you don't if you're on vacation. You got to go, go, go. You know, you have limited
or you're
time
working, or
or commute.
whatever,
Yeah,
or
right,
you're
exactly.
trying to bring some family member to the hospital.
Like I have friends who do part of their job is they do long haul, like
Hmm.
sales. They literally drive from client to client through a
Hmm.
huge territory in California, and they cannot do it on a full charge. They would have to be at least two full charges a day,
Hmm.
and then some, based on weather, based on
Hmm.
traffic, based on other things. So you're gonna tell me their employer's gonna want them to waste an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours in between charges every
More.
day or more
A
because
full
that's
a full but I think a 70% charge of a Tesla is 4 hours and a half.
exactly, yeah.
It's like, who has the time? As
Yeah,
in,
it doesn't make
who has
sense.
the
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
So to me, the future would be, first of all, an improvement on the machinery, and in find a hybrid system that will self-recharge. It would get you going through fuel, liquid, gas. Yeah, I mean, we already have cars running on butane, so gas has been all along even longer than diesel.
Yeah.
Some kind of, I grab it, I load it, I use it type of fuel of any kind, even if it's just biodiesel or bio alcohol made out of corn.
Well, that's the thing that gets me too, because this it's not just this country, but this country especially
Hmm.
loves the concept of pick up and go, open road, long travel. I've done it myself in the road trips my entire life. And you get used to just, I want to just go. I don't want to wait. I don't want to be
Exactly.
encumbered. I want, even though it's kind of a selfish thing, you
Hmm.
want to be able to just pick up and go and not be
Hmm.
too concerned with all the other bullshit around it.
Exactly.
And that is completely opposite of what this electric thing is offering.
Exactly.
And to convince so many people to go that way is a really weird shift, because that's not the normal. Obviously, the people who are converted are not the road trip people, because everyone knows you cannot do road trips with cars like that. They're just not convenient. And
Unless
what
you
happens
road
if you break down the middle of nowhere and you're in, like, a town of 500 people? The mechanic knows nothing about electric cars. You can't get
or
parts there. You
or
can't.
get have any parts suitable for
Yeah,
such a big engine.
exactly. So you're stuck there where they're used to working on regular cars. And even diesel would be tough in some of those areas because they don't work on
Mm,
foreign cars.
yeah.
So, like, you're not going to bring this completely foreign car, this is all electric, and the guys go, "I went to school for internal combustion engines." Like,
Hmm.
they don't, right? They don't know they know what to
Yeah.
do with one of these cars, and plus they're run
No.
by a fucking iPad. So it's just, they would just like scratch their head and go, "I don't know," you know.
Exactly.
So you got to think
Look
of the
at.
whole picture, and most people don't,
I
sadly.
mean, yes, I understand why we got here because electric cars make total sense in cities.
It's also hype too, obviously, right? Hey, it's the latest
Also,
and greatest thing. It's tech.
yeah.
It's the same reason these fucking Waymo robot cars are starting to take over in the cities and stuff for rideshare.
Huh?
Is They have, it was a Google carve out. It was this company called Waymo, and
Uh-huh.
they have predetermined routes throughout the cities they've mapped for who knows how many months or years or whatever. And you have robotic cars. You use an app. You tell it where you want to go. You pay
Wow.
a lot more money than Uber or Lyft, and it will take you from place to place. And they often get stuck. They drive a little cautiously, so they're not like great drivers. And they often like freak
Thankfully.
out, and they're not replacements for people at all because they have a predetermined path. They will not go down a cul-de-sac where they
Yeah.
have to turn around and it's awkward. They will make
Mm,
you walk down the street, even if it's blocks, to
yeah.
get to where they want to be picked up. And a lot of people just feel it's a creepy thing, the way that there's no person there. They have tech support issues sometimes, and it costs more money to ride. So where's the benefit other than the gee whiz effect, right?
Exactly. I
It's
mean, it's like is the improvement, the advancement for the sake of the advancement, not for the real. As I said, electric cars make sense in big cities where
Well,
you
it makes
you.
sense when there's an Australian company in the mid '90s,
Mm-hmm.
or actually earlier than that. I was watching a tech show called Beyond
Mm-hmm.
2000 out of Australia back in
Mm-hmm.
'92 or something like that.
Rings a bell.
And they had a caravanning system they were testing in the outback,
Mm-hmm.
where you would have a caravan lane,
Mm-hmm.
and there would be sensors in the road, and there would be back then it was just a couple PCs in the trunk, but obviously they've miniaturized now. But
Mm-hmm.
you could literally just have a computer-based system in the car. They have sensors on front and back, and when you want to get into the caravan lane, you hit a button and the cars adjust. You get into
Mm-hmm.
the caravan lane, and now you're all like a virtual train. And then
Okay.
when you leave the caravan, you hit a button and you go,
Mm-hmm.
whoop, and then they fill the gap and you keep going. So it's a very efficient way
Mm-hmm.
to get from point to point, and you can literally just, like you do with cruise control, but like fully automated. Like, don't even look. It's you're there if it's an emergency, but you can like relax and you can get there faster because everyone's efficient.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the future in a good way. But now they're not really doing that. They're still doing independent, every man for himself kind of stuff. And
Other interest at play here is like
yeah,
it's a very long conversation, and we're not gonna fix it tonight. I'm
exactly.
afraid.
Yeah.
So,
So get an
so
iOS thing. Hurry up and get
one
one of
day,
those.
one day,
I'll teach you
I'm
all this
this
stuff about
close
it.
to
They're
an.
really amazing
I'm
devices.
uh, I'm this close. The problem is if Android keeps improving, I might go for an Android tablet instead of iPad.
There's just not enough ecosystem for peripherals either.
What do you mean?
Devices to attach, dongles and converters, and
Yes, they are.
I mean they're getting better, but there's still this
No, but
massive.
that's the difference. Android doesn't need dongles. Works on
You do
USB-C.
if you want to have all this other connectivity, you gotta have dongles.
What connectivity?
Do you have a direct audio input on your Android phone for audio recording?
Through the USB-C, yes.
Yeah, that's a
Any
dongle
interface,
though. But that's a
any
dongle.
any interface in the market can plug in.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't have like this dockable thing where you can have USB-C MIDI, USB-C audio,
Hmm.
charge,
Yeah.
a full control surface, all that kind of
Mm.
stuff. That's
Yeah, but
maybe only if they have it for Android, it's only very recently.
no. I
So,
mean, but I haven't seen it for Apple for a long time. Nobody's building that
oh, they
because of
are.
the
They're
connect.
around. They're just not that many
Haven't seen
companies.
them. Yeah.
Well,
I,
there was a hot topic for a while, and
yeah.
then but people got on board, and then a bunch of people said, I don't really want to make music on the iPad.
And now they don't
So,
bother anymore because it was one thing when they still had a headphone socket, but now they're removing that, and now apparently the next generation, Samsung S26 and iPhone 17, I think is the next one. They want to go wireless on the chargers. They
well, they
want to
didn't.
remove every single, apart from the speaker, because that has to be there.
Wireless
Apart from the
charging is
speaker and
okay
the
though. I've been
microphone.
using that recently for stuff. It's fine. I'm okay with the wireless charging. It's a little slower, but it does work. But
And
the
heats
headphone
up.
jack was never taken out of the original iPad, just out of the Pro. I
The
know.
one who needs
That's
it.
why I have older Pros. I didn't buy a new Pro because I want the headphone jacks
Yeah.
because I'm using MIDI, charge, and audio
Mm.
out all at the same time. And yeah, so I mean it's the ecosystem they created. It's not perfect,
But it's also, you
but
said the charging and doing at the same time. There's a problem with the battery, with the lithium batteries. If every time you try to do that, they overheat. That's the same issue you have with your gimbal. They overheat because there's no two way. The only way to prevent that is to have two batteries, two individual items inside the device, and that is not going to happen.
because they're using it while it's charging, that gets too hot.
If you charge while you're using it,
Yeah,
that dual
right,
front
right.
of the power makes the connection overheat, therefore radiate for the whole chassis.
No, I believe you because I've used those little battery mounted phone batteries that
Hmm.
also with the remote charge thing,
Hmm.
and they work really well, but they do get warm. So yeah,
And each time any PCB, any device, any digital device gets to the limit temperature, I'm not saying that they overheat beyond what it can take shit way more. They're freaking soldered in ovens, so they can take way more than that. But every time they go to nominal temperature, something doesn't come back 100%
hmm.
every single cycle. And to me, they're pushing for the wireless charging because it's another program obsolescence. They want you to change the phone every 2 years.
But even those get warm too. I don't know if you noticed, the charge cables just get discolored. The white charge cables become yellow
Yeah,
over time from the heat.
but it's mostly UV from the outside, but it's also heat inside. Yes,
Yeah,
but
right.
as I said, they want you to change phone every 2 years. They need you to change phone
Well,
every
it's the
two
same
years.
with car companies and everyone else who wants to sell stuff. They got to.
But you see, we're getting to, in my opinion, we're getting to a breaking point that is, it's not we want. Now is we need, because if we don't, we go down the drain. We
Well,
go to
I
bankruptcy.
had an iPhone 6. It was way out of date
Hmm.
until I had a chance to upgrade through
Hmm.
another plan, and the trade-in was too good to be true. So I did
Hmm.
it. Normally I don't do that because again, one of the other problems with iOS,
Hmm.
because it's not perfect,
Hmm.
is I don't want to constantly go to the latest and greatest OS.
Nah,
Like Microsoft makes you do that with
it's
the
not
OS
worth it.
10 and all that shit. So so I basically
And that's the biggest problem. They're eating, they're cannibalizing themselves in the sales because
yeah.
they're getting the hardware so fast out of the door
Yeah.
that people is like, okay, I'll wait for the next.
Yeah,
And
I'll
by
wait
the
and I'll
time,
bake that phone. I'll turn off the updates and I will just keep it. And then if I get another phone, then I'll leave this with all the apps on there that I can no longer get in the app store.
but the one you
Yeah.
baked, it still works perfectly.
It does
I
for a
mean,
while until it no longer takes updates. That's why I turn those updates off.
this little baby, this is Galaxy S10. I think it's 9 or 11 models of date.
Yeah,
and this is still going strong.
sure.
Yes, the battery doesn't last what it lasted when it
And you
brand
haven't
new.
dropped it, luckily, so you're okay.
Oh hell yeah! I drop this thing like it's a brick
I know, but you know what I
over
mean.
and over.
It's
The
you
difference
haven't dropped it
is
the wrong way, so
that no, I trust me, I dropped it the wrong way 3 times at least. The difference is when I bought the phone, that what I bought at the same time was a 40 pound worth case with a special, specific, extra dampening
what about
rubber
the screen?
around and a lid for the screen.
Okay, right.
I don't buy phone cases that don't protect the only thing that breaks, the screen.
No, I get it. Yeah, I used to do some of that, but I just hated the fan fold screen shit, the little door. So I'm just very careful with it.
Is what I
And
be is what I've used all my life.
I put the screen, the phone screen side against the leg in my pocket, and
Hmm.
it never gets scratched. So it's so far it's been fine that way. I've been doing that for years.
Uh, Everybody out there and boys and girls, don't do what I as I do. Do as I say. I haven't even removed the protective film from the screen.
Oh, I definitely did that.
I bought the phone in 2019.
I used to put third party protective screens on there because they were more heavy duty,
Mhm.
and I just got annoyed. After a while, they get a little bubble in them and stuff. So
Yeah, this one is starting to lose a corner here, a corner there, but the rest, as it came on the box, I didn't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't peel it. Not a little bit. What's that?
yeah,
7 years? 7 years. Not a
yeah,
scratch on the screen. If I peel it tomorrow, it's like I took it out of the box. The only thing that would give it away is the amount of lint inside the holes.
yeah,
Otherwise, it's brand new.
yeah.
So they
That
last too
works.
much if you're careful.
Yeah,
They cost too much because they can, not because they have to, because they can. They could sell them half price, and that's why they have all these deals with the providers, because what the thing actually costs is not even half of what the provider would charge you with all the extra perks. But the counter the problem, the drawback is they need to sell you one every 2 years. 3 year stops. You need to
yeah. They
change
got to make money.
phone. Otherwise, they close doors because they're not making enough money to pay all the investors, all the overhead of the company, the manufacturing to continue cheap, to continue the manufacturing cheap, which means thousands and thousands of units a month. It's crazy.
Yeah,
So, shall we do some synths? Let's give it a
sure.
this what we're gonna do tonight, since basically we're you and me, yeah, that's the right way, you and me, although I can see a couple of other people who haven't said anything. So hello people.
They're taking a nap, so
They're
that.
taking a nap. That's good boys. So I wanted to touch on the modulation side of GR-55, because although it's not perfect, like nothing in 55 is perfect, it's like, I don't know, tons of afterthoughts, tons of things that they put just because they could, not because they should, and implementations that makes you scratch your head. The modulation is one of them, but some of them is going to touch subjects that you will need if we finally, sorry, that you synthetic will need when you set up your new pickup, because I want to touch on that, on those menus and those settings, and try to see around. I'll have to. I'm gonna be try to open it. If it doesn't, no, that's not gonna work this way. Let me try the other way.
Did you? By the way, did you see? Did you watch Ramsey last week?
I don't think I did, because
Yeah,
I've been
busy. Yeah, no worries.
kind of busy with. I wasn't on the right headspace.
No, no problem. I just the reason I said that is as I showed in our little show and tell session when we talk about our week and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm slowly very, very slowly buying
Hmm.
back stuff that was stolen. So I got my JDXI through some other guy, get
I
the white
heard that.
one. So
Yeah,
so I'm slowly getting a
congratulations.
few things. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's
So happy
costing me,
for
but
you.
I really wanted to get that one back because I had so many other projects in the works. Now I lost all my data with it because
Hmm.
I didn't back it up,
Yeah.
and of course they have my projects with just to do. They can steal, do whatever they want with it. But I'm gonna start over on a few projects I had in mind. Some were barely entered in there.
Hmm.
Some are almost ready to play, and I need to kind of see if I want to go down that road again. But so yeah, it is possible not recover, but to at least get some stuff back. Some stuff
Hmm.
isn't so rare, and you find good deals on it, and
Hmm. Cool.
continue. I'm not going to replace every single thing; it's just too much money. But
I mean, one uh, accidentally, one of the things that Trump is going to provoke with this politics, or whatever you call it, is that the internal market is going to boost itself, but not on brand new products, because there's
yeah,
very few. You build it in home, but all the second hand material is gonna go move like crazy.
yeah,
Everybody's gonna go back to repair. Everybody's gonna go back to buy it used, or buy it old, or refurbished, or repaired. And that is never good for a technological capitalistic economy,
yeah.
because basically it's going to freeze all the bank movement, because everything
Hmm.
is going to be cash, little amounts here and there, hush
Yeah,
hush, and nothing for the big fishes. So
for sure.
I don't know who is the
Even all the Behringer fans out there that think they're going to get their great Behringer prices. Not anymore.
not so great anymore. It's
Yeah,
still gonna be funny.
it's,
No,
it's
it
still cheap in
might
other places, but they're going to
it
have to.
might still be cheaper than a Moog.
Yeah, but I mean, because he's based out of China, right? He's going to have to charge. So
Exactly.
that's how it works.
Did you watch the Sweetwater interview with Uli Benger?
No, I don't know if I could stomach it. Why? What did he say?
It is cringy. It's cringe worthy, but it's interesting. I think the guy is on the me, melag, huh? megalomaniac Trump level, or Musk
Oh,
level
totally.
side of
Yeah,
things.
of course. Yeah. I told you I ran into a guy who used to work for him at Midas.
Mm-hmm.
He's a British guy. And he said he specifically left Midas because of Uli and his antics and his behavior and stuff like that. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to work there anymore because he made the environment so awful. And just as all of his antics are just too much. And he said he really enjoyed working there, but he was so happy he went to another company because it was like miserable working at Midas once he took over. Because he just like all those other guys, they don't run things very well. And the attitude there and just scrutiny for like
Mm-hmm.
stupid reasons. He's the kind of guy who's always right, right? So he probably doesn't listen to advisors that much. And not only that, but he said the guy he laser treated his entire face, so he has no more facial hair.
That's why he looks so young.
And also he's just lazy; he doesn't want to shave, right? So,
Okay, well, I don't know. That's painful. That's really painful.
but how many guys have done that? I mean, that's kind of weird, right?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't like shaving as much as the next guy, but to go so extreme, you're going to laser your face.
I
It's
mean,
going to be very
uh,
painful, very time consuming, very expensive,
yeah.
and
But technically, you only do it 2 or 3 times in your lifetime.
well, you do have to, it depends. It's so the laser company I used to work at had a medical division that also did the aesthetic market, and laser hair stuff is tricky. You do have to have a lot of treatments. It's never once. It's rarely twice. It's usually multiple times.
Yeah,
So
at least two or
it's
three times.
costly. It's expensive. You know, it's takes you a lot of time and it's expensive. Now he has the money, but still,
Nah,
just shave. So what the hell? Who cares? You know.
even better, pay somebody to shave you.
Whatever. Yeah. If you got all that money, you have a butler or whatever. Have somebody shave you.
I mean,
You know.
you don't need that much money. I used to do it when I used to shave my head. I used to go down to the barber, pay the price of 2 haircuts,
Yeah.
and all my head hair would disappear, except my eyebrows, obviously. But all of it would go for
Mhm.
at least 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, in 3 weeks it starts getting scratchy, not itchy because I'm used to it, but scratchy. Then you just bear with it for another month, and every 2-3 months you pay the price of 2 haircuts, and somebody does it for you, and you're making a business.
Well, plus, if
You're
you're
creating.
really getting shaved, fully shaved head, once
Yeah,
they do it once for you nicely, your
yeah,
maintenance with just a simple razor
yeah,
daily for like 5 minutes is nothing, right?
yeah. But
Or every
I'm
couple
not.
days or whatever. So
As I said, I'm lazier than that. So yeah,
you do while you're watching TV or something, right? Just go. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
you know, and you need to use soap, mate.
Not
Use some
not
soap.
if it's a good razor. I
No.
dry shave all the time
Yeah.
when I'm on travel.
Okay, I'm trying to find. So let's get a little bit on track because this is since I'm not gonna be able to do half of the demos I thought I would do. It's gonna be kind of short-ish. So let's get a little bit into it, and please bring any questions or doubts or just suggestions you might have
Doubts? No,
as we go. Doubts,
no
existential,
doubt.
economical, please do. As I said, there's no stupid questions, only sarcastic answers. And I'm learning a lot of that because
No, there are stupid questions. That's not true.
I'm rewatching House on D. Nah, that's not just stupid questions. If you
They say
ask,
that to be nice. Teachers say that to be nice, but there are stupid questions.
nah,
I actually,
nah.
it reminds me, I had in one of my genetics classes I had at university, and it's one of those huge classrooms, like 500 people in a classroom in a forum,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
and or 400, whatever. And the guy goes on this whole thing, and so the guy raises his hand, so he goes, "So what you're saying is," and he continues to repeat what the guy said
Mhm.
in the form of a question, like it's
Mhm.
Jeopardy in reverse, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, and all the teachers went is, yes. Like it's like, but he did that a lot. So there was a character on Monty Python called Ron Obvious, and so
Ah.
I nicknamed that guy Ron Obvious in class because he kept doing that. He did that many times, basically rephrasing what he said as a question, and all the instructor had to do was go, yes, and then
you
he would continue on. So
do you think that was to sound proactive, to sound interactive with the teacher,
there
and
were any
having no.
number of reasons why he did it, but I think a majority, the main reason is probably he's just a dope, right?
Dope.
He's a dope because it's like if you had to, if you heard it that well to repeat it,
Mm,
where it's
yeah.
basically identical,
Yep.
and all the guy had to do was say yes, then
Hmm.
stop wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me bring this up because, as I said, I'm gonna be able to, and I want to demonstrate some of it, but it's gonna be mostly this. Our good friend. Do you mind keep an eye on the chat if any
Yeah, I
question
always do.
comes our
No
way?
problem. By the
Thank you
way,
very much.
I know you've shown this many times, but
Hmm?
this is the third party editor, not the one
Yes.
from Roland, right?
Roland never made an editor for the
Did you
55.
show what Roland gives you? Don't they give you something?
Oh, I wish I have it. They
Okay.
do give you. It's called librarian. Let me.
Find it sometime just for a comparison. It'd be nice to see the comparison. Not now, but just
Give you. But you see, the biggest joke, okay, is that uh, well, I got one that I think is similar, but it's not for the 55. But I think they just copied the code. Online mode. Okay, let me see if this is the one. I'm checking. Yeah, it's something like this. Okay, I'm gonna show this, and I'm gonna share it. Well, I'm trying to share it. No, it's not gonna work this way. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Come on. Yeah, computer is having a farty time. Come on. Oh, that's why, because I'm not there. Yeah, if I wasn't that stupid. So let me take this one out. Let me show you this, which is 90% of what they give you. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Yes. And share window. And this. Share. Add to stage. Something like this. That's what Roland gives you.
Okay. Oh, so this is a knockoff version of what they...
This was, to my understanding, was made for the XB5080.
Okay.
One of the rack synthesizers, multi-timbral, multi-patches. But what they give you for the 55, although with an updated GUI, is exactly the same thing. You got patches that bring into a list. You create a list and take that list and copy in back into the memory of the 55. That's it. You have no control, no access whatsoever to anything inside the patch.
Right.
Cool. Let me unshare.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's like a typical. I mean, Korg gives you slightly better stuff in some of their editors, but it's...
Although we're talking offset timing of around 2 to 3 years, okay? So you can almost assume that they were head-to-head. At the same time, Boss was given this, I'm going to show you now.
Did these come on a disc or you had to download them?
Downloads. Anything from Roland or Boss that came with a USB is made through downloads.
Okay.
They don't give you any media anymore, because what's the point? You're going to plug it into the computer anyway.
Sure.
Let me present. Share screen.
Although if the site goes down, then you can potentially lose it forever. So
yeah, and that's what you do. I think Yamaha has some kind of repository.
Yamaha's pretty good about that. They have a repository for all the old Tenorion stuff.
But Roland,
and,
no.
Yeah, it's...
Not to even mention that many of the things that they used to give you on a disc, on a floppy, or on a CD-ROM, they're gone. They're nowhere to be found in Roland's website.
That's why sites like, well, it's called Blue Synths. Now it's called something else. But there are a few other sites. Soundprogramming.net, I think, is one of them. It's like a super repository for synth manuals and occasionally editors and other things like that, and videos and pictures and stuff. So there are a few free sites that are pretty good that catalog whatever they could get their hands on. They do it also with vintage synths as well. At least if it's not in the main body where they show like the grid of all the stats and the pictures and some review, down in the chat section, a lot of times people will refer to stuff, which is cool. So
look at this. Take a pic.
Oh, yeah.
This is what Boss, at the same time of the 55 not giving you anything, was given to every unit with a USB port. Okay? You can go Stonebox by Stonebox.
That's pretty cool.
Change any of the parameters with a nice-ish GUI.
And that's good for what line of stuff?
Everything Boss with a USB.
Really?
Everything with a USB.
What's it called? I can't see. It's so small.
Tone Central. And
Tone Central. Okay.
Apart from the editing, if you go to the librarian side, it gets you into a library portion, is loading, where you can create set lists that you can drop in the unit, drag and drop.
Nice.
You just slide your patches into the list, create the whole list, give it a name, give it all the orders, parameters, or whatever you want with all your patches, save it on a very small file, and if you need to recover it 3 months later, bring up the file from your hard drive, put it in the librarian, drag and drop it, done.
Can you put on a USB stick on some things? There's only a USB cable.
Very few Boss units have a USB-A for reading USB
Okay.
sticks.
Right.
They
Okay.
can't handle external memory.
Right. I
They
see.
only can handle their inside memory. And this is significant, this Tone Central, because if not this particular one, a slightly tweaked version of this same type of working is why they developed for the now GR Boss line, which is basically the SY line, the GRY line, and the GM line. They all have these editors.
Hmm.
GR-55 didn't even have an editor.
Right. Okay.
So it's like, wait, Boss products are cheaper, they work better, and they have a better interface with the user than the more expensive product from the Roland side of the company.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Stranger things happen. I'm glad I asked about it though, because I haven't seen that before. So that's cool to have a comparison there.
So
Does
the
and because GR-55 is GR-55 is USB, isn't it?
yes,
So it works with that as well.
no,
What?
the GR-55 is Roland.
Yeah, but it's
See what I mean?
Have you tried it though, just for kicks?
Yes. No, it doesn't even read it.
Nothing. Okay. Right.
No. Plus, everything working on Tone Central needs a specific USB driver. It's not a generic.
That's
But
like Roland needing the goddamn USB driver, like the MIDI stuff that they have
yeah,
too.
even for MIDI.
Yeah.
The GR-55, the USB driver, is to handle multi-timbral MIDI out, because it's up to 6 channels at the same time on either of the 16 channels, but it's 6 maximum channels at the same time, although it's just one virtual cable, and one cable in, one virtual cable in, one cable out. Is one in, one out MIDI, 16 channels, high velocity, high speed, and 2 in, 2 out audio. You cannot input audio into the engines of 55, not even through the effects. As in, you couldn't plug a microphone and have it distorted by the distortion in the 55. But you can set whatever. You can use the 55 as your sound card for your computer, and use the line level professionally balanced. Well, they're not balanced, but professionally set up with the right impedance jack outputs, TS outputs of the 55 to any PA you want. So it would be a fairly professional 2 in, 2 out, and I think I could be wrong, because it's only 44.1 16 bits. Let me see if I can find that, because it's either that or 48 max. I don't think it goes beyond 48 kilohertz. I'm trying to read the specs. Wait, accessories, options, connectors. Although 55 does have a USB-A for external memory, but it can only handle patches. So you could have a backup of the whole memory of the 55 in a pen drive, but is mostly for software updates, which you cannot do through the cable. There is that. You have to do it through the pen drive, but is the real everyday use of that thumb drive is going to be playing back tracks, audio tracks, fully fleshed audio tracks, so you can add it to your performance or be the backing track, the band behind you while you play everything else on top, which is something I did a couple of times. So, sampling frequency 44.1, DA conversion 24 bits. So, no 48. So, it's no high quality audio, not even that.
It's all right. I use 44 LED anyway, so.
Everybody uses 48 or higher, or 96. Everybody on the professional creation of music for commercial use.
True. But if I have a bunch of samplers that are
No,
44,
exactly.
what's the point, right?
No point whatsoever. Plus, they're not going to talk to each other, so no point whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, going back to the one we're going to be using, and I'm going to try, no, take this one away, sorry, stop sharing, share again. Using the using the free version is a whole juggling act. Let's share the window, or better, let's share the screen, because I want to share the submenus. So, we're going back to this editor, and if I manage to go back, I think it's this. Yep. Okay, let's see if I can. So can you see what I am outlining? Can you read it?
It's very small.
Too small, right?
Colin Wilcox.
Yeah, Downtown. I think it's Downtown Man.
Gumtown, like is in
Downtown
Australia.
Basement at yahoo.com.
Is it Australia because of gum trees, or what is that?
No, to my knowledge, these guys in New Zealand.
Oh, so yeah, they haven't done there too. So
yeah, different down under, but still down under.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I knew about him because of the editor for 55, but this isn't his first attempt. He has been doing editors for the Boss GT units before Boss had the Tone Central that I show you. He managed to do something very similar to this 55 editor for units like this GT6, GT8, GT10 through MIDI, all through Sussex. So the guy, and although cosmetically they're totally different, the structure, the way to structure stuff and the way to do the design and the language I think he's using for all the editors, I think it's common. That's why these editors are donationware. He gives them for free, but only asks back for a few bucks here and there, just for the efforts. And I totally recommend you give in. He updates them at least once a year. He keeps them up to date and relevant. And in the case of 55, trust me, there's no way to edit a 55 unit without this editor, without going mad. Or basically going into your hexadecimal brain, because there's so many things you need to hold on your brain, as in the tree structure of the whole unit is mental.
Yeah.
So what I like to talk today is it's modulation, basically. If you want to have a little break. Oops.
Who needs modulation?
For those who come later and watch this, and especially for those coming from the guitar side, although if any of you have dabbled with trying to edit guitar effects, you should be fairly familiar with the word modulation, although you only have seen it applied to what some call the wobbly effects, the wobbly effects.
It has different meanings. Like in radio, it's a different meaning than in
fact,
music.
If we go back to the subtractive analog synthesis definition, in a way, it's the same one, because all it means, modulation means change over time. We're changing something on a quantifiable amount of time, as in is longer than instant, is longer than 1 millisecond. So anything that happens in this case that is going to be applied to the sound, the way the sound behaves, the way the timbre of the sound, or the way we interact with the sound over a period longer than 1 millisecond is going to be a modulation of a specific aspect that we're treating. Because although this simplistic definition can become such a powerful tool for sound performance and editing on everybody's quiver.
Yeah, because it could be vibrato, tremolo, could be filter
Vibrato.
control.
Vibrato is a modulation of the pitch of the sound you're producing, going higher and lower and or lower than the original pitch that you started with the sound. Let's say if you press a middle C in the keyboard, and
which is why it's funny they call a tremolo bar because it's really pitch change. Yeah, it's not doing proper tremolo, which is amplitude.
It's the same it's the same type of modulation above and below the original value.
Yeah.
As in amplitude would be louder and quieter than the original. By how much, it's one of the parameters we'll have control over, but in that spectrum around the original value, this variation, this change over time of the amplitude is what we call tremolo. Vibrato is the same movement, if you wish, the same type of variation, but not to the volume, not to the amplitude, to the loudness of the sound, but to the pitch, the frequency of the note we're generating, which is what on guitar you do when you shake the string, when you move the string up and down on the fret. With for those coming from the guitar side, from the keyboard side. Okay, let's get this. Let's get rocking. One of the things that I've heard coming, criticisms I've heard coming from some keyboard players, or is like, oh, this guitar sound in this synthesizer and this keyboard doesn't really sound like a guitar, and even less when I use my pitch bend wheel. And it's probably because I think there's a misnomer or a misunderstanding of. Okay, let me first of all take the drums out.
That was like a rim shot almost.
Yeah.
Like it made a joke.
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Yeah, you can use your modulation wheel on a synth to do vibrato, and you can also use your pitch bend wheel to do vibrato if you use it very slightly in a clever way. So both wheels can function in the same way in different settings.
Well, one does tremolo and the other one does vibrato.
No, but you can make
the modulation. You can turn on the vibrato, the
sine wave control
vibrato
of pitch, which is vibrato.
So the point I was making just is. Let me go a little big for a second so they can see this. So when you think about guitar vibrato, you think about this. So when you try to replicate the same on a keyboard, you take your pitch wheel and you start wiggling up and down around the stop detent of the pitch bender, and that's when it sounds weird. It doesn't really sound like a guitar. And in case you haven't noticed already, it's just because when a string gets pulled up, goes higher in pitch, but when it gets pulled down, also goes higher in pitch. You think that it would go high, down, high, down.
Yeah.
No, it's high, high. So what we do in guitar is never high-low unless you go for the whammy bar. The whammy bar is the only one that the only one that can pitch down your strings
Yeah.
without detuning it. So if you want to create a more realistic guitar tremolo on your pitch bend, you need to remember that only go up on the wheel. So
It's the same with people playing virtual flutes and stuff on a keyboard. I mean,
mhm,
it's unless you have very specific control over your like your embouchure and your
mhm,
breath control and stuff like that,
mhm.
you don't, you know, pitch up in a flute is more common than a pitch down.
For instance, I was very early on. I was recommended every time you wanted to try to replicate a different instrument, the one that you're actually touching with your hands. It's never too much to ask. It's always convenient to have the deepest knowledge about the target instrument that you could achieve, as in
Oh yeah,
how
especially when you're
that,
talking about scales too, right? Because you
yeah.
play something in the wrong scale, it sounds stupid. So
And for on the other big no when you go to try to play guitar sounds on a keyboard is like, yes, a standard guitar has 6 strings. Yes, an electric guitar can have up to 24 frets, which is 2 times 1 octave. That's 2 octaves from from
yeah, you're doing this more on the keyboard. You're spreading your fingers out. The voicings are more spread out than close together.
no. What I'm trying to say is, yes, you have 2 octaves between nut and the bottom of the fretboard, but that doesn't mean that the next string open is higher than your higher fret on the fretboard. No, the good and bad thing about guitar is has duplicates, tons of duplicates. In fact, every four frets, one, two, three, sorry, every 5 frets, you repeat everything back again. So, although by equations you would say if lengthwise is 2 octaves, even if you know that the string separation is a fourth, you would think, well, it's 2 octaves times 6. That should account for 12 octaves. No, it actually only accounts for 4 octaves because it goes 2 octaves long, and once you down on the 24 frets, all the 6 strings in jumps of fourth intervals only accounts for 2 more octaves. So it's a lot of places to play the same note over and over again. So the range of a guitar is not even 5 octaves like many keyboards have, any 73 or every 61 keys. It's only just the highest range of a standard 6-string guitar is only 4 octaves. That's all you have. If you go above that, it's not a guitar anymore, not even an electric. If you go below that, it's not a guitar anymore, it's a bass. If you put together that knowledge that, okay, I only have 4 octave range, my pitch bendings only go up, and the fact that guitar, the type of amplifiers is typically known for are amplifiers specialized on reproducing mostly mid-range frequencies. They're not too good on bass frequencies, and they're definitely not good at all for high frequencies. They don't have them. It's only mid-range. It's a very wide mid-range, everything from 100 hertz to almost 9,000 hertz, but that's all. So you could bandpass your guitar sound in your keyboard if you want to make it sound closer to a real guitar, which is one of the tricks that people like, for instance, Jonathan Rudess applies to all his chronos. He goes to the guitar sounds and starts bandpassing.
Jordan Rudess.
Jordan, what did you say?
You said Jonathan Rudess.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. What
Sorry,
was he do
Mister.
again? Say it again. What was he?
He goes through all the guitar sounds that come preset and tweaks the EQ and the range.
Hmm.
So, although I'm sure he has done more than once, you don't really see when he's using a distortion guitar sound when he's trying to mimic a fight with Petrucci. He's not going much above those 4-ish octaves that a guitar is supposed to have.
Yeah, he had some great demos of the old Kurzweil 2600 he used to play a lot. He would use the ribbon a lot for some of the neck movement,
Mm-hmm.
and then proper use of the pitch bend wheel,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll get all the fingering down. So he's fun to watch. You watch his old videos on YouTube
Mm-hmm.
back when
In fact,
he
now
was,
that it just hit me about the pitch bend, the tremolo. If you have a keyboard which is sensitive enough, and my Trinity is, so I don't see why any later keyboard with a proper aftertouch sensors wouldn't be. Definitely not these Rolands. These are atrocious. The best way to mimic a git.
not all of them. The 1080 is nice.
No, not the sound. The aftertouch.
Oh
The
yeah,
key bed is atrocious. I have to physically bend the plastic to get the aftertouch to start modulating.
Well, D50 is like that too. There's a famous patch called "Pressure Me Strings,"
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, okay, and you're like, nothing, and oh, there it is.
And then it starts, and then it works.
Yeah.
But really, I'm because these keyboards have the age they have. I'm overly conscious every single time I try
It's
to
also the
trigger.
method of aftertouch they have too. I mean, like Kurt's,
Yeah.
and Sonic was famous for having like a kind of a felt,
Mm-hmm.
some kind of a felty interface, some kind of foamy felty kind of thing that
Mm-hmm.
over time just wears out, right? So
Yeah, but apparently everybody I talked that knows more than me, which is everybody, they tell me no, that's exactly how they were from factory. It's not because the rubber has gone more rigid over time.
no, it's
No,
just the nature of how they
yeah,
design the interface.
is the aftertouch keyboard that it was atrocious
Whereas
from the get go.
modern, you can actually feel the aftertouch switching in the modern keys.
As I said, my Trinity is a breeze. It's beautiful. You basically, unless you want to hammer Jerry Lee Lewis style your keys, it doesn't trigger until you reach bottom and then a little more, and all you see is kind of the holder, the contact of the key underneath is like it has an extra spring and then moves a little bit extra, but that little bit extra is extra sensitive to the point. What I was trying to explain is, if you want to approach better the guitar vibrato of the pitch vibrato, go for the aftertouch.
Yeah.
Press a little bit, and silly as it sounds, wiggle your finger sideways. Not because the sensor can't tell if you're moving sideways, but because when you do this, the force you're applying has a very, very slight variation that with the proper setting of pitch, bend, and the aftertouch will react exactly like a guitar. That's why you see Mr. Ruders doing this all the time in the Chronos. Obviously, he's doing that when he goes for the rollies, because the rollies are designed to do so.
But well, even without the wiggle, though, the aftertouch on the rollie is just so special. It's really great for fake guitar stuff. So
cool. So first thing, I want to change this, because although flute is not bad, but I want to use something that will be more sensitive.
And you have like a legato setting there?
Yes, and that's one of the things. Right?
Yeah.
Also helps. But yeah, let me let's say, let's hear this one. For instance, at this moment, this is set to chromatic. That's why it feels like it's doing this. Feels like it's doing legato. But it's just to get a sound that it will appreciate what we're gonna apply to it. So,
can you show on that patch? Can you show legato? Is there a legato thing, like a portamento legato kind of thingy? So you can go between the notes. Does it allow that?
yes, I was looking for the button. I think it's this one. Although the legato is more for techniques like hammer.
Okay, so you can't get it to go like
If
you get on like a monophonic synth where you have the.
If you want to get it continuous instead of, I have to find the here. This chromatic is what it makes the sound behave like a keyboard or like a string.
There you go. Hey, you can shred.
You see the difference when I go legato? Although I'm not attacking twice the string, it will sound closer to me attacking two notes. Yeah,
it sounds a little bit like some Tangerine Dream 70s stuff there. That's
cool. Yeah. Now the problem is now it's getting a little. Is reproducing sympathetic vibrations. Not that I have to admit that my technique has decreased all the time. And this sound doesn't have much attack. Good. So one of the things.
One thing I noticed.
Yes.
I had one ear off because I was listening for the mailman, but I just put the other ear back on for stereo. I think you're mostly coming out of the left side.
Cool. Well, not cool.
I just noticed that. Sorry, I
I
normally just use one ear for monitoring, but.
Thank you. Let's see if we can change that because I think.
It's like over an hour into the stream, I finally hear it.
Yeah, that's when you get when nobody replies from the outside. Well, stereo audio is clicked, and I only have the adjust mic volume. So let me see. So these comes from one side.
Everything's from the left side, pretty much. Like for example, I can go back to I go back to a YouTube video and it's got stereo, so it's something in the stream.
Check this.
No.
Does it come on the other? No sound?
No. No sound, but no stereo. So.
Well, this sound is pretty. This patch is pretty kind of mono-ish.
Let me see.
But no, let's see.
Yeah, I'm getting 0 out of the right. Not even a low level. I mean, guitar's monophonic anyway, but still, people want to hear stereo stream.
That is really weird. Because if I had the mixer working, I would tell you why it's doing that.
Yeah,
But
it's
the
not a huge
unit,
deal. I just want to let you know that. So, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
it's been going on this
The
long that way. I'm sure it's fine.
the unit is sending stereo. Let me untick that thing to see if there's any, just for the sake of it. Oh, come on. I'm trying to work on 3 screens. If I untick this, will it go any better?
There you go. It's at least center. It's at least centered, like mono centered, if not stereo. I'm not sure, but at least
For
it's both
what?
speakers.
Cool. For what we're gonna be doing today,
Yeah.
is my voice also in the center?
Yes.
Cool. That's all we need today.
Yeah.
Because today is not about the the hugeness of the patch. It's about how can we wiggle it. Let's wiggle it. So, as we see in the patch, each and let me remind that we're working on one of the PCM engines today, one of the 2 twin PCM engines. Okay, some parts of the Modulation 55 can be applied also to the custom engine, as in the virtual guitar and or analog synthesizer, and to the effect side of the magnetic pickup engine. So you can work on all 3 levels, if you wish, of the sound inside 55 through the different ways of modulation. Not every type of modulation can be assigned to everything everywhere. You need to know the workarounds and juggle them to the best of your possibilities. Because again, kind of few afterthoughts and we don't need to put that because nobody is going to expect to find it, so they didn't include it. So on the PCM side, the most obvious for every synth head like we do is that we're gonna have in the second page, although here is labeled filter, but it controls more than just the filter, we're gonna have 2 LFOs, plain LFOs, typical like every other one, with some twists. First of all, although
How many waveform choices do you have?
I think you have, good question, because it's not here.
I mean, it might be sign only, but
I think it can do at least triangle and sawtooth.
usually get at least triangle, sign, and square, so you can get do like the on off kind of thing.
The thing is, I'm trying to juggle in my head the manual, the units editor, which is basically the big screen, and this on-screen editor at the same time. Okay. Huh. How did I got it? Yes, LFO. Oh, here. Filter, cutoff resonance, cutoff velocity curve, TVF. Okay. TVF, pitch, LFO. Depth, rate, depth. Rate. Okay. I'm going through the manual. And I don't think we have a wave choice.
It should be right up front if you have it, because that's kind of a standard thing. If you're going to have it, you're going to have it. They wouldn't bury something like that.
I know, but that's what I mean. It's like, let me see if I can find the place, because since
How
it's
many
meant to.
pages on here? How many pages do you have to go through for all this choices?
What do you mean?
Well, for modulation choices, how many pages do you have?
In the computer editor, 5, because you control a lot of things somewhere that. In fact, let me check if it's here.
That's what I'm looking to see. I had to zoom in to see it because it's.
No. Give me just a second.
Can you jump through real quick?
The
modulation.
Yeah, that's the point. There's not a modulation section per se, not
really?
even in the machine, not even in the editor.
Wow.
Is what I'm trying to show you. Not that you made a question. I'm gonna try very hard to filter type. No,
it's kind of weird they wouldn't group that together, especially when an editor you can do whatever you want.
Because as I said, the problem is they're trying to make it more to bring the user interface closer to the user interface of the GT units, which is effect pedal effect pedal board kind of setting. Is kind of linear. This goes to this goes to this, goes to this. So at this point, until I found the final answer, I don't think we can choose that we can choose wave in the in 55. The LFOs, let's assume they're kind of triangle, because if we go back to,
I bet maybe is that a PCM thing, or is this more further out?
I don't remember.
If you go to synth mode, could you have more modulation choices? You would think.
No, this is the PCM. This is the synth mode. What you would call the synth mode, the MIDI, the sound generating mode, the one that from a command creates a sound. Okay,
but you're using the PCM version of the, because you have PCM, synth, and guitar audio, right?
So here we go back to the blocks. So you got two, the first two. Can you see my pointer? There?
Yeah, you got PCM synth, and then Cosm is your other synth, right? That's the.
Then Cosm is the Cosm engine, which, let's remember that it does not create sounds. It changes sounds. It's like a filter. It's like a morphing. I take one sound and I change it into something else. That's the Cosm engine.
Okay.
And that's the way they manage
and the pickups are just the audio coming through off the pickups, basically.
That's the standard guitar, which basically is meant to go just, although here is labeled amp, it doesn't really stand for amplifier. It's
amplitude,
a 3-block effects change, let's say 3 multi-purpose pedals on a pedal board to send your conventional guitar through effects you would expect to put your guitar through. Problem is they shrunk it to only 3 blocks, meaning if you choose amplifier as your first block, you can't choose distortion and amplifier because you already wasted your first block on the amplifier.
Right.
And the amplifier is already intended. It also has a speaker emulation. So it's intended, and although you can turn the speaker off if required, you cannot use the speaker without the amplifier, for instance.
I thought you said in a previous video that for synth there was a PC option and a simplified synth option, like a more simplified synth option.
That's the Cosm.
That's the Cosm. Okay. Right.
It's not really simplified. as in it can do less things. It's
Like
simplified.
you can stack things to make sounds, right?
As I said, through custom modeling, through crunching numbers, they can take the sound of the hexaphonic pickup, which is very close to the sound of the actual pickups of the guitar, and that sound, that vibration that is mostly a sine wave, transform it into a sawtooth or a super saw or a square wave.
Right. Okay.
So what you would get in the speaker would sound like a vintage analog subtractive synthesizer, closer to the GR-300 and 500 units of the past.
Yeah.
With the added advantage that the custom, because it's not having to translate hexaphonic to MIDI, MIDI to engine, engine to
quicker.
sound,
Yes.
has no perceptible latency.
Yeah.
It's as fast as it would be plugging a guitar into a distortion box and playing the guitar through the distortion. It's almost instant.
But you're just very limited with the sound you get out of it. So,
It's very limited with the editing options they give you. You don't have, for instance, if you go into the custom, first thing you need to choose is what do you want to emulate? Guitar, bass, or, sorry, first you need to go to the family if you want electric guitar, acoustic guitar, electric bass, or synth.
There you go. Yeah, it's the synth.
Then when you go into synth, many other options depending on the synth type you choose, which is only this.
And that modulation section there, do you get waveform choices there? That's what I was getting at before. Compared to the PCM, I thought you had some choices in
the
here.
envelope modulation.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, just for performance, yeah. So like if you want to do the vibrato, auto vibrato, or
that's one of the things that you need to find.
Yeah.
So if I go for wave, which is basically you see many of the options has disappeared.
Yeah.
So if I want to go pure and I want to make the sound of the string, the sine wave of the string, become a square wave, all I can control is the color, as in the timbre. If it's gonna be, I assume it's gonna be the pulse width modulation.
Yeah.
Because if I try to go and turn it on, turn off the other synth, the synthetic synth, what we should get is a square wave. But you see, for instance, we have no control over filter because this one doesn't have a filter. What it gives me is a color. I can go brighter, I guess. Or I can go darker, if it's possible. Right? But that's it. If I want any other options, I need to go, for instance, to a different type of synth, filter bass. Here you start getting filter cutoff, filter resonance, filter decay, but I still don't have an LFO. Although I could modulate this one if I want, but for that we need to use the jack on the sleeve that I believe it comes either from the JB family of synths or from the GT family of pedal boards, which is basically a MIDI sequencer. You could understand, kind of, which is because remember that when we come from guitar, we're used to be tweaking the knobs on the guitar, to have rocker pedals for the wah-wah, later on expression pedals to change on real time, something that we want to change because our hands are both very busy already. You and that training your feet almost at the same level as your hand to be controlling everything else regarding the tone, right, of the performance of the sound. So with that in mind is why they can give you this kind of matrix, which is what we can see here called assigns. Okay. Basically, an assign is an internal digital translator that will translate a real world action into a modulation inside a patch. The good part is that the assigns are not limited to the COSM engine, the PCM engine, not even to the effects, to the audio effects engine. They can apply to all of them or any of them.
And real quick, at this level you're in the weeds for this, but compared to the actual presented interface on the GR-55, is any of this linked to a knob externally, or is this all
No.
you have to go into the editor completely?
No. It's layers and lines and lines and lines
Okay.
of parameters.
Right. But you said aren't there a couple knobs you could map, or no?
Yes, but these are but that mapping is these assigns.
Okay, that's those.
That's how you do it. And the what comes with the unit inbuilt. First of all, the controls. Here we go. Now it's when I start scratching shit. So the controls in the GK unit.
You just have the one knob there, right?
You have one knob, two buttons,
Okay,
and one switch.
okay.
Right? The switch, it's unmappable. It's totally analog. It does nothing but
Just on off.
kind of, yeah. It turns the synth on its own, the guitar on its own, and by that I mean the real guitar, not the hexaphonic pickup, the real guitar on its own, or all together. That's the switch. That's all it does. You cannot use it for anything else.
Right.
All right. But the pot, the wheel, and the two buttons can be mapped to many, many things. And for that, first thing you need to do, we're going to go very, very quickly because it will, at least I will make a later episode just for this section.
Yeah.
You need to go to System, this red one, and then you have 4 tabs, right? Set up a MIDI, which is how is the unit gonna interact basically with the real world. Pedal and GK. By pedal, they mean in the actual physical floor unit, you basically have 3 switches, which is basically a program change function. I don't think you can make them do anything else, except because they're physical, they're hardwired. By making combinations of 2 of those 3 switches, of those 3 stomp pedals, you can access kind of shortcuts to specific functions. One of them being the tuner, and the other one I think is they call it phrase looping, which is kind of a loop recorder, sound on sound, but destructible.
But the knobs on the panel, the hardware panel,
there's
they're all
none.
pretty much fixed.
No, there's none. No
knobs. Oh, okay.
No knobs in the traditional. You have a dial. Remember the dials?
Oh, the alpha dial. Yeah.
And you have a 4-corner cursor mover.
Okay.
And that's it. And then the rest is just a straight destination switch button.
But you have different functions for the foot switch based on if you hold it versus tap it, right?
Then, apart from those 3 program change 3 switches, right, you have one they label control, which is freely assignable, although has its limitations. Then you have a rocker pedal, like a wah-wah, or expression pedal, that not only can be used to variate, to change, to modulate parameters on real time
Like the
by
whammy
rocking
pedal.
it,
Yeah.
forwards or backwards and combine at the same time. It also, under the toe of the rocker, there's a switch that can also be assigned to do something else. Okay? So, recapitulating. The control stomp pedal, rocker pedal with switch on the toe, two buttons on the GK module, and the wheel on the GK module can be used to control many things inside the engines. So for the, to use, for instance, is something I also want to try. You need to go to pedal and GK. Once you are in system is what would everybody else could call master control or master parameters. Are the parameters that go to the highest level that applies to everything underneath. They call it system because they chose to call master to the controls or to the highest level of controlling and programming that applies to the patch.
Yeah, system's common. I mean, they use that on like Novation synths and stuff too. So
okay,
yeah.
So in system is when you can go, or when you should go. Jesus, go to pedal, and then you need to. Okay, it's kind of already done. The screen where I can see that, I'm gonna try to see if I can maximize this. Okay. There's too many things going on. Thank God we're having. No.
Yeah, take our pictures away, make it full screen.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a very good point. But for that, I need to get out of full screen, get to here, and hopefully I'll be able to read here. So yeah, you can see these 6 blocks to define for everything inside the unit what the CTL control pedal, what function would it do, the expression pedal switch, which is the one underneath the toe, the expression pedal while the expression pedal switch is off, which sounds silly, but it gives you an extra level of performance.
What it doesn't show the GK knob here.
Say?
This says GK switch 1 and 2, but it doesn't show the GK knob.
Because it's called volume. It's the big one on the right.
Oh, I missed that. It's a cutoff. Sorry. Yeah,
it's the huge one.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. I had it off screen.
So, as you see, the control pedal says patch setting. Means that on a global mode, it's not going to assign anything. It's going to wait for you to go deeper into the editing to the patch itself and tell what you want to do with the control pedal. Same thing for the expression pedal switch. Same thing for the expression pedal while it's off.
And you have performance modes where you can store this per patch or whatever, right?
No. This is the first level. This is system level. This is general. This is the law. Okay. First, you need to tell the unit if you want to change this assignment of these hardware devices globally, as in doesn't matter what the heck the patch says is going to do this thing. For instance, I can go to the control pedal and I can tell that I want to do the function hold on any patch that has a hold activated.
Yeah.
And also I can choose the 4 types of hold, which I would like to go through very quickly. And if the physical pedal, because it's not really a mechanical switch, is a soft click button, is an electronic switch. So it can be translated to the unit as latching or as momentary. So it will do the action on and off when you press once, or only while you press it down. Does that make any sense?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Because in this case, we're talking about the control pedal. So it's a pedal that you can stomp on it and either take your foot off and the effect will remain, or the function that we want it to do will only happen while my foot is on the switch. And also we can decide if it's whatever function we assigned, if it's going to work on only the PCM engine, the first one, or the second one.
So you can simulate stuff like Terra Echo, where if you hold the pedal down, it does a certain function while it's doing the other effect. So
yes, kind of, yes. So basically, if I'm going to have, let's say, a synth pad and then a synth lead sound at the same time, because on the verses of the song, I want to make a pattern with both at the same time, but for the chorus, I want to be able to hold just the pad sound, and I want that function to happen on every patch. Doesn't matter which sounds I'm changing. I want the control pedal to hold the pad sound of the patch when I press it down. Then I go for control pedal general. In the system, it would be hold type 1, for argument's sake, is going to be momentary, and it's only going to work on the PCM engine number 1. It's not going to affect PCM engine number 2. But that is going to be like this on all the 1,000 patches of the GR-55, no matter what. Are you following?
Yep, got it.
Cool. We can do that, or we say, well, some patches I would want that, but some patches I'm not sure. So let's say, sorted. Let the patch itself decide what am I going to do with the control. Okay? And that is applicable to control, pedal switch, rocking when the switch is off, rocking when the switch is on. The GK switch, the two small buttons that I show you close to the wheel, which is switch 1 and switch 2. Here, for instance, by default, because that's the way I'm using it at the moment, I have it set on stone that those two small switches always will be bank number. Switch 1 is going to be decrement, switch 2 is going to be increment. So if those two switches right by my hand are going to help me to go to the next bank, up or down. And this is set for every patch, no matter what. But I can also choose any of these other options. Can you see the menu that is open, all the list?
Yep.
So it could be tap tempo. It could be multi-effects switch on and off. It could be patch number up or down. It could be V-Link switch, which is another subject that we'll need to have a conversation, because for the love of me, I found nothing anywhere that explains what the V-Link is and how the heck does it work and what does it do.
Oh,
Do
V-Link?
you know anything?
No, because Roland, along with their Edirol products, has had V-Link in all their things. So a lot of the things, even vSynth has a V-Link, so you can control video technology with. It maps. It's like MIDI to video control. So
Okay.
so just like in some 3D software I have, you have MIDI to 3D puppeteering. So you could use the pitch bend and mod wheels to actually move a joint on a character. V-Link,
Wow.
you could have the pitch bend mod, aftertouch, whatever they've mapped it to, control something on a video editor, like a real-time video processor for like solarization or a wipe or a fade.
But that's the joke. I can't find.
But to control it with a guitar would be very silly, right? But you could.
Depends. I mean,
Like Wagyu has one of the nice control boxes. I forgot the
mm-hmm,
model number, but the cheapest Edirol video controller is
mm-hmm.
still like around 2-3 grand. I mean, they're not cheap. And these are old too. They're not even HD, or if they are, they're certainly not 4K. They're for a long time.
Wow.
So most of them are like like based around certain resolutions for the time they came out. But if you're into that kind of stuff and you do live video at events,
Mm-hmm,
that's kind of why they did it for video, like
mm-hmm,
VJ kind of stuff.
mm-hmm.
So
But
while you're playing your music, you're also controlling the video of something
yeah,
or the
like
presentation of
triggering
graphics.
scenes or
Yeah, all
triggering
that
your
kind of shit. So it's
shorts.
a very clever idea to mix that in the instruments,
But it's basically
but they didn't do
MIDI.
it very much.
Yeah, but it's basically MIDI messages out to something that can read MIDI while playing
Something, yeah.
video.
So it's definitely on the V-Synth, but I haven't delved into it because I
Because
don't have the video hardware.
because guitar MIDI.
So, congrats to
Basically,
them for doing that because it's cool to have that idea, that option.
here,
But
you see here when it says General MIDI,
yeah.
the second box, and once again, this is the editor that Mr. Wilcox did. Inside is not that easy to find. That's all you get. V-Link MIDI transmit channel. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's no mapping, nothing. That's all you get. It's like, oh, it's there. You should know how to use it. I don't think the manual mentions the same thing. Is there? You can use it, but not how, not what. What hardware do you need? What hardware you can attach it to? Not a word. But it has V-Link. It's like the DVIM. Yeah, nobody wants it, but we put it on everywhere, on everything, so we can make the thing more expensive.
Yeah.
It's really, really silly. So
it happens.
Back to the sources of modulation, because it's going to be helpful. I changed all of them, all of the hardware sources to trigger modulations to patch setting. Means that I can forget about this setup, although this is guitar mode. Okay, this is not relevant, and this is not relevant. That's for a different show. So that's the first change you need to do if you want to go deep or do things really bizarre, not non-expected. You need to go to all your hardware, the input devices, in a way of speaking, and make them obey whatever the patch asks them to do. For instance, one differentiation, the GK switch, although the list is more or less the same length, it doesn't contain the same things. It doesn't contain the same parameters for the hardware that is push, the things that you only can push, compared to the GK volume or the rocker that has a shortened list of things you can do rocking, because the actual physicality of it, the type of input device that is. So it's basically all the options are giving you is things that you must have some kind of fader or some kind of potentiometer to move it, because it's going to be moved in a continuous form, on a panning, on a traveling fashion. Things like chorus level, reverb level, delay level, modulation. And by modulation, I assume it's going to be the LFOs. Not sure about that. But just bear in mind that that's one of the limitations. As in, if you go for the control pedal, you have things like amp switch, which is on and off. It's something you only do once, on or off. You don't want any values in between. You got that option on the control pedal, but it's not on the rocker. Sorry, it's not on the wheel on the GK pickup.
Yeah.
In things like the rocker, you get more like the GK volume list, more like things that you want degrees of the parameter instead of yes or no options. Well, so in system, we've already stated that we want to decide per patch. Then you should go, is when you need to go to, I think, to master. Okay, alternate tuning, V-Link. Oh, great. I just found some more V-Link stuff. Palette, clip, and note CLP change. Shit. Expression bright, expression on. Okay. Okay. So this is how you map it. Cool. Good to know. But it's not what I'm looking to. GK set select. Huh. This GK set select, I'm gonna go on a WIMP and guess. In the system, you can save settings for more than one hexaphonic pickup, i.e. a different guitar. Yeah. So you can, because there's a significant bunch of settings you need to go through per guitar, which are related to the scale length, to the number of strings, kind of, mostly for the bass, and the sensitivity and the performance, and how do you want the pickup to translate what you play into MIDI and or sound. You can save those presets up to 10 in the memory. So I'm gonna go and I'll even think that that is what this GK set select means. I'll check it and get back to you on the next show. But yeah, nothing here, nothing on master. Because we're still controlling these three buttons here on the top, the ones that say system, master, and pedal GK. Okay? We started on system saying that we're not going to decide system-wide what those things are going to do. And then we need to go to the pedal GK, which is also quite generic, but more like patch specific. And that is when you have a very similar screen where you can choose from a short amount of options what those hardware input devices are going to do and kind of how. For instance, here we got the control pedal. If we want to use the control pedal in this patch, we need to turn it on. And we got these options: hold, up tempo, amp switch. Once again, the same options we had in the previous menu in system, with the difference that these will only apply to this patch and not the next patch we change it to, if we change in the middle of the show. The same way the control, which is a switch, an on-off situation, gives you that list. When you go to the GK volume, the wheel on the GK pickup, it gives you the same options, just patch specific. With the difference that you don't have to turn on the wheel. The wheel is always on every patch. So either by the system setting or by the patch setting, the wheel is always there. If you don't want it to do anything, like this case, you just set it on the patch level to off. It's going to do nothing. So that wheel is going to die. What it gets a little interesting is here, the options and ways on which the expression pedal, while the switch is off, the switch on the toe is off, it gives you this the same options that before and the same options as the volume, but this time it allows you to choose if you want that option, as in tone volume, to apply to 1, all of them or a combination of the engines. So you want, let's say, I want to change the modulation. See, in modulation, it only allows me to command PCMs 1 and 2, only the synth engine, not the custom, not the pickups. Let's say delay level, because by delay level it means the master delay, not the stomp chain of effects for the real guitar. So that is kind of the last delay in the chain of sound. You still there? Still awake?
I'm here.
Good. What it gets even crazy is, as you can see, every time you make a choice, the options of parameters, the amount, and the type of parameters you can adjust changes contextually to whatever you're trying to change. The same behavior happens inside the unit. If you try to do this through the unit's screen, and you think, oh, I want to jump from changing this in the PCM to changing the same thing because it should on the custom engine, you will find that the parameter is not in the custom engine anymore because you made a choice that would prevent you from doing it. So it's a moving target. That's what I'm trying to get at. So in this case, I'm going to keep it in off because I'm too far away from the pedals. I'm not going to be using my foot. But these ones, the small switches on the GK pickup, I want to use them. For instance, these three options are kind of interesting. The GR-55 comes with a WAV file player. You can assign the switches on the pickup itself to play stop the song, to move up and down the song, or to turn off the playback engine and go back to standard chain. That could be, and turning the V-Link action on or off. So what do I want with this? I want to tap on switch mode delay. Okay, I'm not finding what I want. So these menus here are limited. Okay, if I leave all these parameters on off, as in the GK and this patch will, the pedal and the GK input devices in this patch will have this effect always inside the patch until I change patch, obviously. But I can say, oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want them to do nothing for sure, but I want them to do things that they are not in this list. How do you get that? That's when you get into the assign matrix. Okay? So the assign matrix starts with you have only 8 things you can program inside the patch. Remember, this is just patch specific. 8 actions, 8 modulations, 8 variations, 8 parameters that I can control. No more than 8. And trust me, if you get creative, they feel a little too little.
And the assign, so those 8 assigns cover how much ground?
That's what I'm going to show you. Let's go and check one. Okay, so this is your assign menu. First thing you need to do, and this is typically Roland ever since the JVs or earlier, you need to turn the assign on. As in, okay, I'm gonna establish a command. You need to tell the unit, this command is gonna take effect. Turn it on. Silly as it sounds, a lot of people don't realize that you need to turn it on for it to happen.
And there are there are 8 assign buttons on the case?
Nope. There's no buttons in the case.
So how do you activate the assigns from the case?
Aha. Here we go. Here we go, Toto. We're not in Kansas anymore. So, first thing, your target. What are you gonna modulate? Look at it and cry.
That's good. You want to be able to have controls, right?
Still going.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Still going.
There were like
Still
30,
going.
30 or 40 modulation options, matrix options on the like Profit 08. Actually, more like 50. I think there are 50. So this list
But
isn't that big. So
but by 50 you mean destinations or
yeah,
sources?
I think of each. I forgot how that worked
50
exactly.
50.
I
50 and
think
50
so,
out.
but I can't remember.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Well, sources here is simpler because sources you only have the hardware, or okay, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So target, what do I want to change in the patch? Let me see. Tone switch, tone number. There's so many because they basically the multiples, because you have a set of parameters for the PCM1 engine, then the same set of parameters for the PCM2 engine. Then you start with the modeling parameters for the modeling engine, and then when you then the effects parameters, starting with the amplifier mod, which is for the in fact it's for everything. You can assign the effects on a secondary matrix where who is going to be through what, but the modulation block, which is not MIDI modulation like we're trying to get to here, same for the multi-effects block, which is also in the guitar section, or design or address for the guitar. Then also multi-effects, which is a lot of them, so that's why it's so many parameters. Then the master delay, master reverb, master chorus, master EQ, and then guitar stuff that you can switch on and off.
Okay.
And I think, because the one I'm looking, I cannot see. Oh, wait. Let's see if it's here. Tone, pitch, filter, TBF, TBA, pitch envelope, pitch envelope. So even here in modulation, the LFOs only give you rate and depth per envelope. There's a pan depth that can only be also be controlled by the LFO. Then, but there's no wave. I need to change. I need to find where is the sound line select, tone one bend, tone one switch, tone number. Oh no, that's already. I can find what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, so let's choose one random. Let's go for pitch shift. Okay, so when you choose your target, then you, in a way of speaking, you attenuated how much. Oh no, sorry. That this GUI gives you a will to go through the targets. Let's go back to tone switch, tone level, tone pitch shift. Okay. Then it gives you, if you want to, because it doesn't really know how are you going to control it, or how much fine control do you want. It's going to give you a minimum, as in when the controller is in rest or in low value, how much is it going to change, or what is going to be the value of the target you're looking for. So in pitch shift, let's say that my minimum is going to be 0, as in no shift whatsoever, and then a maximum. And here is set for a maximum of +1. So whatever I use to control it is only going to move between no change and +1, I think is semitone, okay? If I wanted to go from no change to 1 octave, I set it to, on a touchpad, it's not that easy. I set it to 12 semitones. So whatever controller I use is going to go from no change to 1 octave higher. Obviously, I can go really, really wild. Say, okay, no, when it's in low, I want it to be 1 octave lower. And when it's in high, I want it to be an octave higher. So it's going to range between a minimum of -1 octave to a maximum of +1 octave, which is a ton of change. But just for the sake of it, let's stick to that. And then you get to assign the source, right? And that is when it gets tricky and esoteric. Let me move this. I need to move this. No, sorry. I need to move this because it's right in the middle of my view. There we go. So if I go to the source, first you get the expression pedal, which is basically the rocker. This, as in what the expression pedal rocker when the toe switch is off, when the toe switch is on. Sorry, I can't speak anymore. The expression pedal switch, as in it's not the rocker that is going to make the change, is the toe switch. When you press on your toe, then it's going to happen the change. And then these other two options as sources to trigger the modulation, called internal pedal and wave pedal. Try to follow here, okay?
It's kind of a stupid naming convention.
It's not stupid when you finally understand what they are and how do they work, but it's utterly confusing for anybody who has never managed a synthesizer, a Roland unit, or a MIDI environment, okay? So internal pedal, let me choose it to see if it's going to show me the parameters exactly. Okay, so internal pedal is what in subtractive synthesis or in modular synthesis you would call it's an envelope generator, but it's an, how to put it? It's an
the naming convention is dumb.
Yeah, but just try to follow here. Basically, you trigger a modulation action, but only one. Opposite to.
Yeah, it's like node on, node off kind of thing.
No. I'm trying to put my thoughts together. So on an LFO, if you assign an LFO to modulate a parameter, an LFO has a beginning, an end, and a reset, and it starts all over again. Okay?
Well, it can. It's technically going all the time, but
it goes in a cycle.
Yeah. But I mean, it's always running.
Exactly. It's always running. It goes in a cycle. It starts, let's say it's a sawtooth. It starts, ramps up, shuts down, ramps up, shuts down.
Only if you apply an envelope to it, but.
No. The way to understand these things here is better from the LFO point of view. Okay.
Right.
On an
But I mean,
LFO,
like I'm saying though, like any oscillator is always running.
yeah, but it's the difference between oscillator and LFO is how fast does it run.
Yeah.
Okay. Even when the rise and fall shape is the same, the difference between oscillator and LFO is how fast they do it, right?
Right.
But they do it all the
The
time.
reason I said that is because most people who haven't used modular
Yep.
don't understand that when you use any kind of
Exactly.
oscillator,
Yep.
it is always running until you put an action on it to gate it or to attenuate it with
Exactly.
some amplitudes or something like that, like an envelope
Hmm.
or some other effect. Otherwise, it's constantly running.
You need to shut it up. You don't have to
Yes,
start it because it's always running.
it's
You
always
need to
on. Yeah,
shut it up. You need to stop it from being in your music.
right.
Good. An internal pedal is one single cycle of that LFO.
Okay.
If we're talking about samples, instead of an LFO would be a loop of a sample. Okay, the same sample from start to end over and over again. That would be the LFO. The internal pedal is one single trigger, one single cycle. In the case of a sawtooth, ramp up, shut to 0. Nothing else. It stops. It does nothing else. Are you following?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a one-shot cycle LFO because you don't have control over the sections of the envelope it's generating. It's one piece of a wave. And in fact, I think you have only 2 choices for the wave. Not sure about that. So if I choose my source to change my pitch shift to internal pedal, and I choose that the source mode is going to be momentary or toggle, I believe is because if you choose momentary, remember we're talking about LFO speeds of things modulating. You can make it very slow, okay? On momentary mode, I believe it will run the cycle until it ends unless you lift your foot before the cycle is finished. Then it would stop on whatever value of the parameter you released it. Okay? If you put it in latching, in toggle, it would trigger the whole cycle no matter when you lift your foot. It's like you want to shoot a confetti cannon. It will shoot the whole confetti cannon no matter where you are in the stage. If you go on momentary, it will shoot confetti only as long as you hold the trigger
Toggles
down.
on or off. It's one or the other.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that's true. And also it gives you like the target, the actuation range, as in when I think it's in which part of the trigger is gonna assign the values that we assign in the target, which I think is mostly MIDI. I think it's mostly to give you more control, to be more accurate if you want to only do one section of the cycle, not the whole cycle itself. Then this is a section, honestly, I haven't seen before, but okay. No, so this is what is actually going to trigger the cycle. Okay, you can choose to trigger when you change patch, as in you go to the next patch, and the next patch or the previous, and I think the next patch will execute one cycle of one modulation. On the controller pedal means while you're inside the patch, every time that the singer says yellow, you're going to trigger a pitch bend of 5 octaves. Okay? Every time you press, you use the control pedal as physical triggering. It will trigger when the expression pedal is on the lowest value, on the medium value, or on the high value, because you're with the same rocker pedal, with using more assign at the same time, you're controlling other stuff, but you want it also to trigger one cycle of one thing when it reaches one of these 3 values, or when you press down the rocker on the toe switch, it will trigger that one cycle. Or you can use what I'm going to be using, the button on the GK pickup, switch number 1. So every time I go to my pickup, my hexaphonic pickup pack, the one is attached to my guitar, and I press switch number 1, because I chose it here, I open the possibility on the master, and I open the possibility on the system. Now that button is going to trigger the internal pedal that is going to change the PCM pitch shift of the sound I'm playing. Lost already?
No.
Okay. So the other parameter says internal pedal time. So that cycle, okay, how long is it going to take? Obviously, that's useful if you want to go to momentary source mode. As in, you want to activate and make it last different amounts every time you activate it. So to give you time to improvise in the middle of the cycle. It's now on 50, so let's see how does this sound. And then I think this is what you would call the wave shape, the internal pedal curve. So you got options of linear, which I assume is basically a sawtooth, slow rise, which would be a bow down sawtooth, or fast rise, which would be a bow up, if you know what I mean. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, you can invert sawtooths. I have it on the feature on the Juno 6.
No, it's not. Yeah, but that's what I mean. We're not altering the parameter. It's basically the parameter is gonna start at the minimum and rise up. Wait, unless you can change to negatives. No. So basically, it don't have much of an option. It's always going to be a ramp up. The difference is it going to rise linearly, as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a slow rise, as in 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or fast rise, 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 9, 8. Am I making any sense?
Yeah. No, I know what you're getting at.
Let me see if I can. Don't do that.
But we have
yeah.
It's getting close to 6, so we don't want to go too much longer. So we're gonna get to some more meaty bits real quick, and then we can, because I have to bolt not long after 6 my time.
Okay.
So
okay, then let's see if I can make it work. See, this is the same sound I started first, because I gave it a pitch shift of minimum -12. That's why it's sounding like a bass. If I go to 0, it should go back to original. No, I was wrong. It's not because of that. Cool. So let's go back to the crazy one. So, problem is I want to, that's not it. I want to show you the interaction so it will make much more sense. How do you get out of full screen in StreamYard?
Little icons at the bottom. You can choose the layout.
Yeah, but somehow it has. I cover them. I can see them. I don't know why I can't see them.
Escape.
Yeah, I'm trying escape.
Alt.
Control skip. No.
Try Alt
Escape.
Enter.
No. Alt. Here.
Yeah, they have the shortcuts in there. I never used them. Just
here. No. Not hide. Not hide. Why is? Because I'm not here. I'm here. Sorry. Once again, I'm controlling a screen that is showing me the screen that is controlling the screen. So I'm going mental. Cool. So let me show. And let's see if it works. Am I gonna be able to show? So I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna press the button, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Okay. It's not working. Unless. Oh, I know why it's not working. Sorry, my bad. It's not working.
Air between keyboard and chair.
Yes. It's not working because I programmed it to change the PCM1, which is not even playing. So I'm gonna change the target to what we're actually listening to, which is the modeling. Modeling pitch shift. Oh, it's gone to 24, minus 24. That's weird. Okay, let's see if it works. It worked, but the thing is, it's so slow. Okay.
Is your sensitivity setting?
No, is the speed is so slow that you can barely hear it. So let's make it more dramatic. Kind of. Yeah, it's very unusual. Let's go for rise, which is always sounds better. So if I go for 0 to 1 octave, or so, and let me see, it's switch 1. Gotcha. And I'm gonna put it to momentary. So only while I press it will change. And when it finishes the cycle, stays there because it ends where the cycle ends. It's just a rise or a
Why,
dump.
wait, why was it so steppy though? It sounded very steppy.
Because the pitch is higher. Because that's the Cosm engine. Because this in the Cosm engine, I use the bass, the one that is meant to sound like a TV303. So I'm pinch shifting above its range a
Oh.
bass sound. And I press again. And that's the same rise. Go back to the minimum value, which is no change, and back again 1 octave. Then that's when the speed comes to play. 50 is too slow. Let's say 30 for just for shits and giggles. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what's the internal pedal. It's like if you had a foot on an extra pedal inside the machine that would only do this. Obviously, the movement is this, is a rise, but you can rise from a positive value to a negative value. For instance, if I go in reverse, if I go to a minimum of plus 13 and a maximum of 0,
Now do this. So you're hitting the switch on the box, right?
here.
Oh, there. Okay. Try doing a counter bend opposite direction with the strings while that's bending.
But you want me to stay on the same pitch while it moves?
No, just see what happens. Just fight it. I'm gonna see what happens.
Yeah, the problem is it goes. Let me hear it again. It's going down. So
It's all confused. Yeah, it's funny.
basically, you're trying to stay on the same pitch.
It's funny though. It sounds
Good. So that's the
could be
internal
useful.
pedal.
Yeah.
It's one trigger, one movement for one parameter to do something. Obviously, you can start piling up. This. I'm going back on full screen because this is gonna get tricky again. Assigns. You can pile up assigns. This time I'm not gonna get you away.
Do you have any preset ones you can just jump into?
Nothing, and nothing comes from factory using these devices.
Wow.
That's what makes the unit even more confusing because there's no way to know.
And there are no examples, not even like one example, like, oh, here's an example patch you could use.
The factory patches are, in the best case scenario, useless.
That's nice. Shows they really cared about their product.
So the second one, once again, I want to do an extra action. I need to turn off an extra assign that goes on. So my target now, I'm gonna go for, once again, I'm using the modeling, so I need to go to the modeling section. Something that is gonna sound interesting. Still body type, Stratton, no. It's not bad. Electric bass, synth, analog, filter cutoff. Okay. So on the modeling engine, which is the one I'm playing, I go to the synth, analog. Wait, but it's analog. Oh, filter bass. I need to go to the same one I chose, which is filter bass, I believe. I'm gonna check in a second. And I'm gonna choose filter resonance. Okay, let me check. So it's synth filter bass. You see this parameter here? So that is basically trying to be a 303. Go back to the assign.
I mean, but is it the right filter? It's probably not really trying to be a 303.
Is the closest you can get on a mathematical digital algorithm.
Yeah.
It's not a 303 oscillator. That's why it
Right.
doesn't sound. And it's not a 303 filter. It's just a virtual analog replica of it.
Right. It's not, you're not gonna be squelching it, I'm sure. So
Hold that thought. So, from 0 to crazy, okay? The source, and I'm gonna do for source this time the switch to the other switch, the other little button on the unit, and it's gonna be, I'm gonna go for momentary again. I don't know why it worked better. Actor and range, all of it. Wait, why? Oh, no, sorry. No. So the source, I need to go to this other one, wave pedal. Okay? If I'm not mistaken, wave pedal is relative to the internal pedal, with the difference that this one actually keeps going in the cycle. It's an endless cycle. So you actually given a wave shape to the modulation, to the change of the parameter you're assigning to. So it will keep changing on a closed cycle over and over again until you stop it.
okay.
So I'm going to use wave pedal, momentary, full active range.
Yeah, that makes sense. Meaning the wave is driving it, not the human. So yeah.
And this is the only one you can choose a wave shape. So triangle or sine.
Okay.
So let's go for triangle.
Shame they don't do square.
Yeah. But the square is kind of on and off.
I know, but that's an effect, right?
Sometimes, but
Like you want to do like an alarm, nee, 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 nee. That's on off, right?
but for that you can go through to a different source and use a different button to do
Sure.
that on and off. I guess, I don't know. Let's go through this. So wave rate 40. If that's 40 hertz, is very fast. Let's see if it does what I want it to do. So that's my drop. That's switch 1. And that I'm going to try to press switch 1 and switch 2 very, very close. Okay. It's not working. Let me see in toggle. Probably momentary. I need to keep the finger on the button. Wait. No, it's not working. Why is it not working? Well, at least I don't hear it working. Modeling, synth, filter base, filter resonance. Yes. Even, let's make it into 50 and 100. 60 and 100.
There you go.
No. But it's not doing what I expected to do.
Still doing something. It's very squelchy.
Okay, this time possibly it's because the rate is too slow. It's not getting fast enough to hear it. Let's go crazy. And many of the parameters that are dealing with time, I think they have a 0 to 99 value, or you can go subdivisions. Because in the master section, not in the system, in the master, in the patch, I think you can assign per patch a tempo setting.
Yeah.
So the clock will synchronize either externally or internally all your time sensitive things you have programmed into the patch to sync in the proportions you specify. So I'm gonna go very, very stupid fast. Let's go for 80. So it's very, very evident. Huh.
It's different.
Okay, momentary. It's like it's changing faster, but no, it's like it's not repeating.
It might work better on the actual foot switch that has more play than this button, which is just like on off, right? So that kind of effect, you might need a proper foot switch, which is
As I said, this can be triggered by a foot switch, but they're meant to do the work on their own, unaltered, on the underneath, while you're doing something else with your feet.
but each time you have to engage it. It's not just doing it.
Because I chose to trigger it with the switch.
Yeah.
Where did I put it? Where did it? Huh? Wait. I lost the parameter. That's the target. That's the wave pedal. Source mode momentary. Wave for triangle. Huh. Wait. Is it in? No. This. Yeah, I think I made a mistake here. And that's why it's not triggering. Waveform. Let me double check. If you can. Come on, come here. Exit full screen. Yeah, this is what I had ready, and I have to reset everything. Assign. Page 62. Wave rate, waveform. Assign. Internal curve. Internal triggering time and internal curve are used in source. Internal pedal, wave rate and waveform. Set to wave pedal. Select one of the following to specify GS by the pedal. Yeah, it's an assign. Source. Should be in source. Why is this not showing me the source? Oh, sorry for this.
It's all right. I'll give it another minute. If you can't find it, we'll just pick it up here next time.
Yeah. Sign 2. Yeah, this is. I'm checking the wrong screen. Yeah, but it's triggering. I don't know why. Did I change it in master? No, pedal GK.
Sounds like you're doing "Welcome to the Machine" by Pink Floyd there.
Yeah. Hello.
Speaking of Pink Floyd, there's a fun thing I got to bring up before I forget. If you want a good laugh, do you know the actor Corey Feldman? He's like a
Yes.
child actor, did all kinds of stuff, The Goonies, and
Yep.
uh, you know, all kinds of. It's Friday 13th Part 4, all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff. So apparently, most of his youth, because his
Mm-hmm.
father was a musician and all this kind of stuff, he fancied himself a musician. So he's had
Mm-hmm.
this kind of semi-secret music career most of his life,
Mm-hmm.
and only in the last, because he's about my age, and only in the last maybe 20 years has he made it obvious to everybody,
Mm-hmm.
unless you knew him really well.
Mm-hmm.
So because he was always doing like Michael Jackson dancing stuff, he picked up from hanging out with them and all that.
They were personal
Um,
friends.
yeah, there's a whole weird history there with Corey Haim and Corey Feldman and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so he's been cranking out a lot of like box sets and all kinds of his old albums and stuff, and people are doing these funny YouTube like listening events and commenting on his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he fancies himself a drummer, a singer, a guitar player, and he's god awful at all of them, even as a songwriter. And
Yes.
you got to hear some of his guitar work. It's just unbelievable.
I just listen.
You know,
I
it's
just watched a whole performance of him 2 years ago.
did you see where he was shredding on stage,
Yes, and
shirtless, making funny mouth shapes like?
did you
Oh,
hear the lyrics of the song
I
he's
know.
writing on it?
They're just awful. Yeah, it's
It's
just
all stage. It's a piece taken.
well, I
It's
mean,
all for the clicks. He does it on purpose
not
because
not
for
considering he's been doing that same shit for 30 years, over 30 years.
it's not the same shit. He has been
No,
improving
listen
it.
to some of his older stuff. He
Yeah,
has some garbage even back
I
then
have it. Yeah,
with
but
stupid
it's
lyrics
different.
and
It's a different type of garbage. What he's putting on
he
stage,
opened for Limp Bizkit. Did you see
yeah,
that? Where he went
because
on
they
that
both
tour?
know that is all a piece. He's basically he know that his career is over. He's never gonna get an acting, paying acting career.
No, but
He's
he's
just
serious. Even though he
milking
may be milking it and doing
yeah,
extra bad stuff now, at some level, he's still doing like Beatles
the
covers and stuff.
the
He still thinks he's good.
no, he doesn't. Trust
Oh,
me,
he
he
does.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Because whenever you bring up his movie career only and
Yeah,
don't talk about his music career,
yeah,
he gets really insulted.
yeah.
And if you watch across, if it was a piss take, it would be like, if it was purely a piss take, let me put it that way,
No,
it
it's
would be
not
like
purely.
Andy Kaufman would
Yeah,
be very consistent about it, and he's not consistent at
no,
all. Meaning he's actually not
he
too
loses.
happy
Yeah,
most of the time.
he's a little bit invested, but he's invested on
Yes.
knowing that he is more of a clown than an actual musician.
Oh, I
To
know.
the
It's
point
just
that
it's
that guitar
ridiculous.
solo, that shredding solo that he does, is the second or the third only song in the whole set that he uses a guitar. In the other two songs, he does only rhythm, very like in kaka kaka, very simple rhythm.
Oh,
Bro,
he does harmonica terribly. He does everything just terribly. It's just
yeah, but
unbelievable.
it's kind of it's a clown act. He does.
It
He
is and it
is
isn't because the
look at the live set. Look at
like
his
he has this
face.
song called "The Joke Is on You," right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the
And
one.
and he plays a little air horn thing and all that
Yeah,
stuff. But even the performance of that, where he gets mad at the band and yells at them, and they start before he gets on stage,
yeah,
and his costume change didn't work out correctly. Some of it is definitely a piss take. Some of it is just he still has a fragile ego, and he's
yeah.
still
He thinks he's doing his best, but
oh
I
my
think at the
god.
same
And he
time
hits
he
the
knows.
microphone and chips
Yeah,
his tooth. That's not on
yeah.
purpose.
No, and
And you know,
he thinks he's doing his best, but at the same time I can see in his face that he knows that his best is very bad.
yeah, exactly. But it's just the point is he has actual fans that like
Yeah,
him, like
because they
not
laugh.
as a piss take. No, not even as a piss take. They actually like his music.
Wow. That you
Yes,
see,
that's
those are
what
the
I'm,
ones that need to go to be checked.
and that's what I'm talking about. And that's why he sold that recent box set for like $300 or something like that. And was charged like another $100 for shipping.
If you want to pay it, he's gonna charge it.
Oh my goodness, it's just and the videos. So some of these videos he's putting in the box set were so unprofessional. And this is way before he would be considered doing any kind of piss take, right?
Yeah.
When he was much younger, and the videos were awful.
Yep.
It's
Uh,
it's just unbelievable. I figured you had seen him, but from the guitar and musician point of view, it's really
it
pathetic.
all started on TikTok because obviously somebody started spreading because he did the opening for Biscuit. Somebody started spreading that the joke is on you, is
Mm.
shredding, which he's not even shredding. The
No,
guy doing the sounds is behind him. He's just holding the guitar and doing mimicking. There's not even a cable on the guitar.
right? No, I know that, but he has done some where he is plugged in,
And the
and
other
he's
ones
just
where he
playing
actually
so
tries to play,
badly.
he's still very bad.
Oh
But
my
that
goodness.
one precisely, that particular one is, oh, you think I'm bad? Look at this. Look how
Right,
bad can I get?
right. But I mean, it's
Uh,
at the same time, it's like, does everything have to be like wrestling? I mean, what the fuck? It's just so
yes,
stupid,
yes.
you know?
But that
What a waste of time and
stupidity.
money.
But yeah,
It's not even entertaining.
but people still hiring him
Oh, I know,
and
because some people
paying.
don't get the fact that there's a joke. He actually has a lot of people
Exactly.
buying tickets.
And that's his joke. That's why the joke is on you. That's why the song.
But the
He
joke
knows he's
really is on
bad,
him because he sucks. No matter what
but
he wants to say in the song,
but he
he
knows that.
has to do this because he sucks. So
Yeah,
ultimately, the joke is on him. So,
sure. But as I
yeah,
said, he's doing his best. But at the same time, deep inside his heart, he knows that his best is really poor.
right.
So I think I
It's
found
like
it.
Uwe Boll. You think Uwe Boll must know how bad he is.
Who's that?
The video game movie maker. So he did all these movies based on like Blood Rain, House of the Dead.
Hmm.
It's this German movie guy, and he makes terrible movies.
Hmm.
Um, and then he critics, obviously paying his stuff, and he challenges him to a boxing match because he gets mad.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, and he gets really upset. He swears constantly and stuff like that. So I'm imagining, unless he's completely insane, most of that is also a piss take. But they're spending real money, and real stars are in his movies, and it's not supposed to be like Airplane or Naked Gun or that kind of
No.
stuff. It's supposed to be like real movies.
Yeah.
And in the House of the Dead, and one of the big battle scenes where they're shooting the zombies with all the
Hmm.
guns and stuff,
Hmm.
and the movie cuts between video game footage and the real people shooting, and that's not supposed to be a joke, but I don't think it is. It's like, what is up with this guy? You
Have
know?
you ever heard of a film called Unbelievable?
No, but
Don't.
I really.
Don't.
Who made
Really.
it?
Let's put it this way. Snoop Dogg plays a Trekkie.
Oh boy. Now I have to see it because I want to see what he does as a Trekkie.
I warned
Uh,
you. On
Oh,
your
I
own
know.
risk,
I'm
mate.
sure it's awful, but if he's a Trekkie, I got to see it. So because I sat through seasons of Picard and fucking Star Trek, Discovery, and those are
Still
supposed to be
worse.
good and serious.
Still
This is
worse.
I
So
I I
worse.
would I would rather watch, as bad as the Snoop Dogg thing. I think I would rather watch it than Picard and Discovery. That's how bad those were. For real Star Trek fans, I know that phrase gets thrown around a lot, but for real Star Trek fans, those are a fucking slap in the face.
Write it down. Unbelievable.
I will check it out.
Okay, because trust me, the film is unbelievable that
Does it have the
anybody
song by EMF in
put
the soundtrack?
money. Yeah.
You're
No, no,
unbelievable.
no. And I think Snoop Dogg doesn't even sing. He doesn't do any
He
music.
doesn't really sing anyway, to be
Well,
honest.
yeah, but
Yeah,
not even raps.
yeah.
Well, I think I changed a couple of settings on the because the point is that the point of the resonance on this filter is touch sensitive, but you can hear it's waving.
So it's based on the amplitude, how hard you twang it.
It's the resonance, but that's
No,
how
but I
it
mean,
sounds.
what is it? using the trigger? Is it amplitude of your performance?
The first, uh, that's a
How
good
hard you
point.
strum?
That's a good point.
Because
Now,
that's basically that's the guitar version of velocity, right? So
if I go for toggle and touch it again,
hey,
no,
ask
that's not what it should be.
Wagoose. What if he's seeing the Snoop Dogg as a Trekkie? What's it called? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
have
a
to check that
Trekkie
out.
or a superhero?
Oh, if it's Superhead, I don't care. If it's a Trekkie, I'll watch it.
No, because I saw another one, another film, where I think Snoop Dogg plays.
See, Wagoo's excited too. He's a Trekkie. He wants to check it out too, but only if he's a Trekkie. I don't care if he's a superhero or something like that.
Now I'm confusing it. Check it before you watch it, because I know Snoop is in there, and they take the piece out of the Trekkies to the. Is Leonard Nimoy in it?
But it's done badly. You said right.
I think they also put puppets into it,
Oh, come on, I gotta love puppets.
but not more like marionettes, more like uh, Team America.
Team America, the Super Marination stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's not doing what I expect. I need to research more. Or is he doing it very slow? I don't think so.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny. Spacey. You can make a spacey tune in there.
Because this is all, okay, just for shits and giggles. Okay, now I can hear the rate, which is silly.
Yeah, he said it's called Unbelievable, Wagyu.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's a terrible movie. It makes fun of Trekkies. I said I would rather watch a terrible movie like that than watch Picard or Discovery. So
I told you to watch your filthy mouth. Picard is very good. It's just not Star Trek.
oh, it's fucking. Then don't call it Picard. Call it something
I know.
else.
I know.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Same as the new. Well, let's not get into that again.
Oh, he says produced by Snoop Dogg.
Oh, that would explain. But
There
there's
you go.
another where Snoop Dogg is kind of a bounty hunter, but I can't remember if it's about zombies or aliens. Post vampires. He plays a vampire bounty hunter.
What?
So it's kind of a
You want to see a
spin-off on the
really
Blade.
bad? You want to see a
Hmm?
really bad one of those movies called Wolves with a Z versus Bloods, and it's all hip hop, and it's basically as you can imagine, it's
How
werewolves
old is it?
versus
Because I think I
vampires.
watched it.
It's fucking awful. It's really they did a thing on Red Letter Media about it. It was god awful and very funny. Wolves versus Bloods, or Bloods versus Wolves, something like that. It's just, and it's like a hip hop version of Underworld.
I need to research this one. It's not doing what I expect it to do when I expect it to do it. Because if I go for
Major Legrand Bush. Jesus.
say what?
He's saying the character name, Major Legrand Bush.
Yeah.
Legrand.
Yeah. There's one of the parameters is touch sensitive, and I think to move this parameter I should
Yeah,
change
just
that.
tweak it some more, and we'll do it more on the next one. Oh, he
No,
said
no,
it's
it's
Day
over.
Shift. He said it's Day Shift was Snoop. Is that the movie's name?
That's
Day
the
Shift?
one. They shift.
Yeah.
But the other one, the real, I think the lead actor is the guy who did Ray Charles, the biopic.
Oh, from In Living Color. What's his name?
Living Color?
In Living Color, the show, the TV show. Jamie Foxx. Are you talking about Jamie
possibly.
Foxx?
He
Played Ray?
did. He played Ray Charles in the film in the
Yeah.
latest one,
Yeah, Jamie Foxx, right?
and he played. The problem is I don't know who told that guy that he's funny, and he's always trying to. He basically in Day Shift he's kind of trying to pull Blade, but
Right.
nobody is
But no pot jokes or whatever?
bought.
Smoking.
Possibly,
Smoking pot, yeah.
possibly.
Yeah, okay. Because
Well, I
Snoop
mean,
Dogg, you can't put Snoop Dogg in a movie and it has nothing to do with marijuana. It doesn't make sense. He's either got to be a pimp, he's got to be
no,
a crip, or
kind
he's
of.
got to be a pothead, or all three.
No, no. I think he's straight. He's the secondary hero, the one that dies, but it's still a hero.
Hmm.
And he's have you seen the new reboots of Shaft
No, who's in
with
that?
Samuel L. Jackson,
Oh, yeah, they don't need to make those.
Fury, Fury in
Yeah, I
Marvel.
know you're talking about. Yeah, it's just that doesn't. They shouldn't do that. My
Wait,
favorite was. Did you see Shaft in Africa? That was hilarious. There's
the
actually a
original
Shaft
ones.
that takes. Yeah, of the
Okay,
original series, there's one called Shaft in Africa,
so
and he's
hold that because it's not completely a reboot because Samuel L. Jackson plays Shaft Junior.
so Roundtree's still around then.
So the original chef from the
That's
70s
Richard
is
Roundtree.
senior,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
that one comes in the second film because they did three already.
Ah, okay,
Because
yeah.
in the second and the third, the senior and junior, they're dealing with the kid, the the turnaround, the one that is
It's
gonna
just
retire the other two.
it's a product of a time period. Redoing those is just kind of dumb. I mean, the blaxploitation movies of the '70s were like the whole grindhouse thing. It's a special time with when they could get away with more stuff, and it was pretty edgy, and they had like funny like the music by Isaac Hayes. Who's a
Okay, what
private
I
dick
can
that
tell
gets all
you,
the chicks and all that stuff.
what I can tell you is they're worth watching.
Yeah,
They're not as brilliant as the original 70s because in the 70s they had swag and they meant
yeah,
something
and they get
and
away
they
with more too.
and they belong. It's like they belong.
Yeah.
But these ones,
Like,
think
you ever
about
see PD Wheatstraw? Check that one out. That's a fucking crazy blaxploitation movie.
now. Think about this shaft. Think about
It has
the
Rudy Ray Moore. You know Rudy Ray Moore.
no by the name.
Oh my God, he made a bunch of crazy movies.
So this one, think about do the right thing, mix with uh, Captain Fury,
Yeah.
and then walk.
Hmm.
And that's the story of Shaft.
Hmm.
The same thing. Have you seen Axel F?
No.
Don't
I don't
really.
see a lot of modern movies
Don't.
because they're either just derivative or they're. It really depends on who made it, who's in it, and if I try not to, I try to avoid trailers if I can because it does spoil stuff. But
Now,
if something I'm really on the fence about, I will watch the trailer and go, "Oh yeah, I really don't want to watch that."
okay.
You know.
The Axel F. When I watched the first three, the Hollywood cops, because I was younger and innocent and stupid,
Yeah.
I dreamt with one day making it and going at least on visit on a trip or try to live for a year in America. I idolized the country. I thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. I want to be part of that, watching those films.
Yeah.
If you what when I watch now on my 50s with all what I've lived, everything I learned, all the changes in USA, I watch the film and all I want is to nuke LA.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of reasons to
It's
do that,
like
probably.
if that is reality, stop the world and jumping off.
Yeah. Go watch Dolomite and PD Wheatstraw. Those are two classic blaxploitation movies. Those are great.
Yeah, but those are hard to find.
No.
Rich Hilton was
The
involved in
internet,
Beverly Hills Cop
anything you can
3.
find anything on the internet. You just have to know where to look.
Yeah, but I'd rather not. I'm trying to go legal, man.
Well, if you can't get it, you can't get it. Literally, some things are out of print. So
Yeah.
either buy an old videotape somewhere and they're just antiquated and you probably don't have a working VCR, or you buy a laser disc, or you maybe find a DVD if you're lucky. Otherwise, it's streaming, and those movies aren't generally carried on streaming
I hate the
services.
streaming.
I know, but what are you going to do? How are you going to see them otherwise?
DVDs. Buy
So
the
you get a
DVDs.
Usenet account and you just download them. Don't use
Sure.
torrents because they get tracked unless you have a VPN.
Yeah. No. I stopped doing that mostly because I had two terabytes of stuff,
Or you see
and the
if
hard drive
Wagyu has
died.
it on his living VCR. So
No, but I mean, XLF is not about film, as in the craft of the film. Is what you expect that many years later. What's the name of the guy, of the black guy?
oh yeah, he's talking about Beverly Hills Cop 3. Boy, that was a terrible movie. And
Yeah,
Rich is a great guy, and but that soundtrack wasn't good either. Did
it
you watch
was.
Beverly Hills Cop 3?
It
It
was
wasn't good.
according to the film, because that was a badly or at least cheaply made film. They didn't put the effort where
Well, it
they
was shot
should.
locally. I mean, Great America, the little just down the road. There's got the it's not too
But
far from here. That's where they shot a lot of those action scenes at Great America.
this one, XLF. Okay,
I know what you're talking about. I mean, like dumb movies like Soul
no, but
Plane
sorry,
and things
I
like
got
that. But
distracted.
it just
XLF. It's very well crafted. Sadly, they tried to pull too hard out of nostalgia.
yeah.
As in, it's almost the same soundtrack, but 35 years later
Mhm.
doesn't really add up. It's they capitalize on you and me, which so got impressed by the original, the first one, and are still dreaming for something that good, or
Wait, the first what?
the first Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, you're talking about the recent one. Yeah, that
XLF. XLF is the recent one.
yeah, okay. Sorry, I was mishearing what you said. Yeah, Axel F is it's total fan service. It's a lot of recreations of scenes from all the other movies. The soundtrack is trying to copy it. It's derivative. It didn't sound good. In fact, if you listen, I don't know, maybe this is my taste change or something, but
Mm-hmm.
listen to the original soundtrack, at least the
Mm-hmm.
first movie or maybe the second one,
Mm-hmm.
and then listen to the soundtrack on this one. It sounded like cheap plugins. I know they used a whole room full of gear supposedly and like vintage stuff, but it sounded like ass.
Because
The music sounded terrible.
the
I
first
saw a
one was
behind the scenes thing, and
uh,
they showed them we're using all these vintage synthesizers. I'm like, it doesn't sound like it. What did you run it through? Some shit filters?
VSTs,
Which
if
is
any.
which is a shame because they can sound amazing. So they did some shit to the processing to make it sound
Yeah.
crap.
But as I said, first of all, depicts Beverly Hills that to me is the portrait of everything that's wrong in the world.
Yeah.
Not a place that makes you dream and aspire.
Well, Beverly Hills. I mean, you haven't probably been there, but I've gone there a lot because I go through there on trips here and there and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's annoying. It's not a. I mean, like everyone talks about, oh, Rodeo Drive, a special thing, all these fancy stores. Now that shit's everywhere. There's a mall not too
Mm-hmm.
far from here that has essentially all the fancy Rodeo Drive stores in a typical mall. They've just brought them all in
Mm-hmm.
for a lot of the Chinese and other Asian shoppers that love the fancy shops, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because otherwise the mall would have been populated with those shops earlier. But the Chinese audience is more demanding. They want the fancy brands and the show off, and they have the money to spend.
Mm-hmm.
And so that mall is full of, it's essentially a giant shopping mall full of Rodeo Drive shops. So you
Wow.
don't even have to go to Beverly Hills anymore to see that shit. Those things are all over the place now. But they're snobby, and I do like driving through there because it's just like the movie. You got several streets with the palm trees
Mm-hmm.
making the arch, and you drive through there, and it's a
Mm-hmm.
cool look, right? But
Yeah.
but and the Playboy Mansion used to be there too. So, um,
Sure.
but
Well, once again, it's me talking with my life experience.
yeah,
I was raised on a city with palm trees all over the place. Then they mean nothing to me. In fact, to me,
But
they
it's
look
part of that
like
movie.
cheap
You like
trees.
Axel? You like the first Beverly Hills Cop, right?
I love the first one. The
Exactly.
second
So
one,
that a lot of the
sure,
driving sequences with the palm trees and the fancy buildings
no,
and the
that
nice yards, it's
that
cool.
never really, that particular detail that
Yeah,
is not what
that's
impressed
part
me.
of the whole vibe, though. That was
It was the whole 80s
yeah,
ambience of
and the
success
fancy
and
police station that
excitement,
looks like a Mediterranean building, right?
and the good guys being very, very good, and the bad guys being marginally bad, just misguided. But in XLF, even the good guys feel like bad guys.
Yeah,
It's like everything is upside
it's
down, everything is
it's like
meaningless.
have you seen the White Lotus series on
What?
a series called The White Lotus? So it in its own way, it's also doing what Axel did with Beverly Hills Cop is he's making fun of rich people with their problems
Hmm.
and their bullshit views of the world and everything else. It's a really good show. It's called the White Lotus, and it's so far it's 3 seasons, and each one takes place in a different part of the world because it's a chain of fancy resorts,
Hmm.
and so it's doing a lot of what Axel was doing was goofy, making commentary on rich assholes and entitled people.
Hmm.
Um, and it's a good show. You should check it out.
Yeah, but yes, what I mean is in XLF, it's not the entitlement because I made a lot of money because I'm a successful guy out of my brain or out of cocaine. It's I'm a snowflake, special with too many pronouns, and you should be take care of my feelings.
Well, that's they obviously did that because it's modern, right? They're going to
Exactly.
put that in there because it's modern, but it's still all the other tropes of the other Beverly Hills Cop stuff thrown in there too, with the
To,
dirty Detroit and the angry boss and the blah 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 blah
but
blah. The
not
same old
really.
car chases, the same old whatever.
But not really because Axel F now makes mistakes, but he makes more mistakes than good deeds. And
Well,
because he
yeah,
does mistakes and the type
sure.
of mistakes he does, he's not walking off. Now he's the bad guy.
But that's sadly what a lot of people want these days. That's why they did it. You're not part of the target demographic, and neither am I. But they're trying to do the fan
It's
service.
me talking,
They're trying to pull us in as fans of the original.
just enough to pay the ticket.
Yeah, exactly. And they did as far as like I said, there's shot recreations, there's scene recreations and interactions with people that are basically
Failure, total
try well,
failure.
but they're trying to
Yes.
make it close enough that get the fans to come in and then make new fans with the bullshit they're doing now. So
Yeah, well, he's trying to take the piece out of LA, but the problem is in XLF, LA takes the piece out of him because LA in itself is a circus. It's an illogical, meaningless, and
but
emotionless circus.
but it is in real life as well. So
That's why
so
it doesn't work 35
yeah.
years later
Yeah.
because they're being too literal with reality.
But the average person who hasn't been to LA would probably still watch the movie and get a kick out of it because they don't know.
As I said, the same person who bought the
Most people
truck
live on social
stopped the
media
world
and
and
live
jumping
on
off.
tropes and memes. They don't know shit.
Yeah,
So,
we're doomed.
yeah.
What are we gonna do? That's the only time I've seen Ronnie Cox be a good guy. Who's Ronnie Cox?
Bogeman, the police chief. He's been good in a few older movies if you go way back, like Gone 60 Seconds, I think. One of those old Ron Howard movies.
Hmm.
I think he's in one of those. He's played some good guys way in the past. But yeah, he did a whole
I'm
stint of
really bad
like
with
bad
names.
guys.
If you show me a picture,
He's the police chief that keeps getting mad at the two goofy Beverly Hills cops.
oh, the white guy.
Yeah, who gets
Okay,
killed and the one member he gets killed. That's the big mystery. And the
have are you gonna watch Axel F?
I've already seen it. That's how I know about it.
Yeah, but he's the bad guy.
Oh, who gets killed? Sorry. Uh, who gets killed in the second one?
Oh, you're talking about the second one.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking Axel F. The fourth.
in the fourth one,
The fourth one is the one they released 2 years ago.
Yeah, but he's dead already. Boogeyman gets
No,
killed,
no,
doesn't he?
no. He's there and he's the bad guy.
Oh, I don't remember
You
then.
see what I mean?
I saw it and I
Everything,
blocked it. I saw it and I blocked
everything
it.
is upside down.
Yeah, I
Dick
don't remember
Jones
that.
in RoboCop, the guy who bought ED-209.
Yeah, it gets killed in the second one, right? Yeah, exactly.
That's not in the fourth. Dick, wait. Yeah, the 209 is the big tank like
Yeah,
in RoboCop.
he turns into an animation at the end of the
Yeah,
RoboCop. He gets shot.
that was
Ah!
funny as fuck. Uh, but that one is not in XLF. I'm getting lost.
See, now you're
That's
confusing me. I knew he got killed in Beverly Hills Cop 2. That was part of the plot.
while he's in the hospital.
That's why he has to work with his daughter.
Huh?
Or if he's not killed, is he killed or in the hospital?
No.
I can't remember. I think he got killed.
Oh
I know he
wait,
gets
wait,
gunned
wait, wait.
down. He gets gunned down, but
No, because I'm thinking of the one that is the agent having to control XLF on the second and the third. Or is in the first one?
now you're all confused.
Because the first one, he goes in Hollywood, he knows nobody.
Yes.
In the first one, the two agents, the tall one with the guns and the fatty-ish guy. Then it goes in the second one, in the same
Yeah.
two guys help him again.
Yeah.
But they're higher in the department.
Right.
They're just
Right.
higher, but they're
Yeah.
helping again, and they get in trouble. I don't remember what happened with those two guys in the third, but in the new one in XLF, the fatty guy now is the chief of the
Oh,
precinct,
right. 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 That's
and
Taggart.
he's the bad guy.
Yeah. Taggart.
Taggart.
Yeah.
Oh, Taggart is the tall one.
No, that's the Judge
The fatty.
Reinhold guy is the tall one.
Okay.
The Billy something.
Bridget Nielsen killed him. I thought.
Yeah, she was a
Nielsen.
like a Nazi in that movie.
I think Bridget Nielsen.
It was Bridget Nielsen and Jürgen Prochnow.
No. Wait, Bridget Nielsen is the girlfriend
Former
of.
Stallone. Yeah, former Stallone chick.
Wasn't she the girlfriend of the Russian in Rocky 3?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
The tall
Yeah. She also played Red
white
Sonja. She's in Red Sonja with Schwarzenegger.
Bridget Nielsen. Okay.
Yeah.
Bogomil is lured into a trap by ruthless henchmen. Yeah, yeah. But he ends up being the bad guy, even by accident. Yeah. I don't know. I think
Yeah. I haven't seen Beverly Hills Cop 2 in like 20 years, so I'm going by memory. But it was entertaining. It wasn't as good as the first one.
The first one was.
But it was also directed by Tony Scott. So it had all the graduated filters and the dark music and all the crazy action scenes.
It had some art in it. The
a
second
little bit,
one,
but
the second one is the cookie cutter replicant.
Yeah.
The sequel.
Well, it's Tony Scott. I mean, did you ever see Last Boy Scout? That's a terrible movie.
Wait, I think I did, and I think
And
I
Tony
liked
Scott
it.
gets all these props for like Top Gun and for
Last Boy Scout.
Days of Thunder and all these movies. But it's Bruce Willis
Yes.
and one of the Wayans brothers, Damon Wayans, I think. Did you ever saw that one? Where he goes, the famous comedian plays the bad guy in it, and he goes, I want to hear you scream, and he goes, play some rap music, and then he goes, I'm gonna kill you. When I kill you, I'm gonna dance an Irish jig, and then he kills him. I'm not gonna tell you how because you're gonna watch it, but he kills him and he dances an Irish jig on the big screen at the arena. So it was so stupid. It was a really
Yes.
stupid ass movie.
No, I think I've watched it. I just can't remember the plot.
It's Tony Scott. Tony Scott made a lot of crap.
Once again, they
Hence,
did a
part of the
lot.
reason why he killed himself because he was just not too happy about his. He jumped off a bridge.
Yeah, but I bet you many more people of our generation remember those shit films because he did a lot with very little.
They had big budgets, though. I wouldn't say that. Those are pretty expensive. The talent was expensive. The explosions and stuff were pretty big and expensive things, set pieces. So I mean, they maybe weren't
Yeah,
as
well,
much as his
they were
brother's movies.
they were in
Ridley
C
always makes fancy
class,
ass
but
movies,
they were in
but
C class, but I wouldn't call them Last Boy Scout.
he made some shit movies. One of them was Last Boy Scout.
I it rings a bell once again because that would be a film that I watched originally in Spain with a different title, but the plot rings a very big bell.
Oh come on, it's a bad movie. Well,
Well,
goo, it's a bad movie. It's a pulp entertainment movie,
yeah,
and if you just check your brain out, I guess it's okay. I've definitely watched it more than once, but it's not a good movie. It's too much Bruce Willis smirking. The bad guy is a
yes.
terrible bad guy because it's Taylor Negron, the comedian. He's not a good
The
bad guy.
the dirty player, the football player. That's the plot.
Yeah,
He's a detective that needs to get a dirty, sold out football
yeah,
player with
exactly. Yeah,
drug dependence.
yeah.
Yes, I love that film.
Ah,
Once again, entertaining for a
but
what was
it's.
I
I like some dumb entertainment.
13,
That one was too
16,
dumb.
91. I was 17. I love that film.
You watch it again, see if you love it.
Yeah, I would.
I don't think
And
you'll love
trust
it
me,
as much.
I will enjoy it. Haven't even watched it again. I will enjoy it way more than I did XLF, for
Well,
sure.
I'm not saying that's not true. Of course, that's that wasn't well made. I know a lot of people were raving about Axel F, and I'm like, go watch the first one again.
Yeah,
If you think that one's so great, watch the first one again. I mean, give me a break.
it's like I don't know some sequels. It's like you're doing just because somebody's gonna pay a ticket, or even worse, because that's what I really have against the film and content streaming generation.
And
It
then
has two big defects.
yeah,
They canceled the shows way before they had even a single chance to sink in anybody's mind.
well, they're worried about how much money they're spending. So
No, because now they know in real time how many people is watching now. And in one season, they decided a show is a failure. Fuck no. Even Friends didn't ramp up until the third season
well, I think Friends should have been canceled in the first episode, but that's just me.
because the first episode is a fucking
No,
appalling. It's the
because
best. It's the worst one.
no, because the show is ridiculous. The people who made that made a much
No,
better show called shit. What was that show about the Walter Mitty character?
huh?
Um,
What?
shit. Now I'm drawing a blank on the name. The same duo that wrote Friends
Uh
wrote a
huh.
show directed by John Landis for HBO called it's what the guy who lives inside the TV. All the TV shows are in his mind all the time. What the fuck is that show
Oh,
called?
keep on watching or watch on or
Dream On.
dream on.
That's a great fucking show. Friends was crap. I hated Friends. It was
The
all the
pro.
it was too cookie cutter. You could figure out all the plots way before it happened, and it's just insulting, you know.
Yeah, but
I
probably
I
I
liked the
was too young.
characters. I didn't think the writing was clever. I just didn't. It wasn't my thing. So I had a girlfriend who loved it, and I would criticize it so much she made me leave the room. I said, "Thank you. I don't want to watch this shit anyway." So watch. This is going to happen. This guy's going to do that. No, he's not. Hey, how'd you
Yes.
know he was going to do that? I said, because it's cookie
Duh.
cutter.
Yes.
You check your
It's
brain out
formulaic.
and you just
And
veg.
even so, they had the moments. The problem I had with Dream On is 70% of the references were about shows that never made it to Spain.
Well, that's a problem too. I never saw most of them either, to be fair, because they're
Okay.
really old shows.
And second,
Well,
they were just depicting my own life, so I didn't feel.
exactly. Oh,
Yeah, but
come on. That's what's so great
no,
about it. Because
it
I have
was
the same
like
thing. I do
it
the same
was.
thing with music and movies. I just reference constant references in my head everywhere I go.
It's like calling me a loser on my face for 45 minutes at a time.
No, but they celebrated it. Martin Tupper got
On your
ass.
eyes,
He was a funny guy. He got ass. He had a
on your
family.
eyes,
You
on
know,
my eyes,
he was not a
it was
loser.
painful
No, he
in
was
my
great.
eyes. But I grew very fond of How I Met Your Mother. Another cookie cutter,
Yeah.
predictable, formulaic,
Yeah, I don't watch
but it
those.
had very, very good moments.
I don't watch that or Two and a Half Men or any of that kind of stuff. I just not my thing.
I love Two and a Half Men in Spanish.
Yeah, I
Probably in
can't.
English, in English lost a lot. Uh, Hearing the pretty boy speaking in English.
Yeah. So Dream On, by the way, is impossible to get except for like the first season on DVD if you can find it. So I found. Do you ever use Daily Motion? You know what it is?
No.
And now, unless Wagyu is way ahead of us and has the whole set in beautiful quality, I found somebody who posted most of the episodes on Daily Motion's website. But because he didn't want to get them taken down, he flipped the image. So all you have to do is download them and then either use your player to flip the image, or you could just re-render them if you really wanted to. But they're all there intact except for a couple episodes. I painstakingly downloaded a bunch of them on some drive a couple years ago. Probably still
Mm-hmm.
there. But Daily
Well,
Motion's fun because they don't censor things, and they often don't. They're not very careful about taking certain things down. So I found entire movies on Daily Motion, like YouTube, but they stay up longer.
mm-hmm.
It's a UK website, dailymotion.co.uk, um, and it's like their version of YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's been there forever. It used to have a lot of porn on there and stuff, but they took a lot of it off. In fact, one of my friends who I learned how to do the hardware jam stuff with, he used to pull crazy ass videos off of there, and we would use those to jam with. So there was a really crazy video of Asia Argento of all people talking about her early sex life while she's sitting in the bathtub eating grapes.
Who?
I chopped up one of those sessions and we made a track with that. It was pretty funny actually.
Sorry. Who?
Asia Argento, Dario Argento's daughter. You don't watch Italian horror movies?
Yeah. I tell you, I don't watch horror
You must have
movies.
seen Triple X, that stupid Vin Diesel movie.
I watched the first one with
She's the
Diesel
chick in Triple X.
and the second with Ice Cube.
She's the bad girl in Triple X.
In the first one, I can't remember. I have
Yes.
to watch it again. Okay.
She's been in lots of stuff. She's actually Anthony Bourdain's girlfriend for a while, and then he killed himself. I'm not sure if she made him do it or whatever, but
That's some prospects. Talking about
yes.
uh, talking about bizarre disappearing of material. I don't know when Disney Plus, Disney, acquired the rights to the Muppets, and in Disney Plus you can watch the Muppet Show.
Yeah.
At least I think it's 3 or 4 seasons that it lasted, because even I was shocked that it didn't last that long for how famous it became. And many of the people I saw, the guests I saw, they impressed me. Most of them Stallone. But later I learned that apparently they're not all the episodes. There's, I think, at least 3 or 5 episodes missing. One
Hmm.
of them being the one with Prince.
What?
The, the Prince episode is not there.
Well, it's like the South Park episode where they mentioned Muhammad. They had to take it down because they were about death threats.
Okay. Yeah, but that kind of makes sense. But why would they lose the Prince
Well,
episode?
Prince is also very particular in a lot of ways.
You think he removed it? He had
He
it
probably
removed?
muscled him.
Okay. But trust me, the Stallone one was almost funny because I found Stallone very, very funny
Wait,
in
what show was
snaps.
this?
The Muppet Show,
Oh, Muppet Show. Yeah.
the late night one.
Prince.
Yeah,
Prince was on the Muppet Show. I don't remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. I know because later in TikTok I saw some little
Clips. Yeah.
clips filter, and I went like,
Yeah, I
wait,
love the Muppet Show. I grew up watching that shit. In fact,
this was not in the show.
it was at dinner time. We used to watch it as a family thing on Sundays at dinner time.
What do you call dinner time?
Well, as a kid, I didn't eat at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Now like I do now, but I dinner time is
6-ish.
6, 7, something like that, somewhere in there. I mean, our grandparents eat at 4 or 5. I'm not.
Still, no, I mean, but typically, I still I think 6-ish or even 7-ish. I think it's still a little too early for that show, even in that years.
It was on. Well, it's talking about the 70s, so
Yeah,
I think I came on at 7 on Sundays,
as I said,
and I didn't see the first few seasons, obviously, because it started when I was real little. So I've been able to find the first few seasons on YouTube, and there's some crazy episodes on there.
the first season is the one where they had no budget, so they put a lot of
You
art
could
on.
tell. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can tell.
they put a lot of effort on the art and the gimmicks, a lot
Yeah.
of creativity, but the guests, they were few and far apart and kind of third level guests.
It depends. It depends on what you're into. You know.
Yes, but in the big scheme of things, in the big money making of the showbiz, third level or
But yeah, I
fourth
mean,
level.
considering where they came from, you're not going to
Mm.
get top tier musicians or actors or whatever on a
Second
little tiny
season,
show like that.
second season, because they ramp up the guests, they have to give away and take away the creativity and the artistry, and they start becoming gimmicky.
Yeah.
Fourth season and on is a cookie cutter gimmick, but that's what when you get all the prime level guests,
Well,
Stallone,
it's think of every
Prince.
show that has segments, right? There's always the dance segment in that show where they
Mhm,
do little jokes when they're dancing on the dance floor.
mhm,
There's always the backstage drama with Kermit and the guest and
mhm,
Miss Piggy and some other bullshit.
mhm,
Fozzie often like, oh, what are you talking about me for?
mhm,
And so I mean, they had their own tropes, right?
mhm.
Where they had to, it's a formulaic thing because that's you have to have some structure for the show. It wasn't like Monty Python was all over the fucking place, right? So
No, but the first season still they had structure. They just had more room for creativity because they
yeah,
have to make everything
make it work. Yeah,
to the point that at least the first 5 shows, and that I'm talking about the list that is in Disney Plus, the
yeah.
first 5 shows, they made and gifted a replica of the guest as a Muppet.
Oh wow.
So each guest, each episode had a
Well, there's
Muppet,
incentive to go on there. Yeah, that's good.
but as I said, 5 episodes. By the sixth, that thing was removed and never shown again.
Yeah,
As in, either nobody was appreciating them, or they were returning them, or what, or they costed too much to
yeah,
have to make them weekly. Because I thought
sure.
the show was weekly, although they must have been recording months in advance, but they had to record a weekly show,
Yeah.
and probably that's why there's only, I think it's only 3 seasons for four tops on Disney Plus.
Yeah,
You,
I mean, I bet you could if there is an episode with Prince, I bet you could find it somewhere. I don't remember seeing it.
yeah, but you need to dig
I
deeper.
mean, by then I wasn't probably watching it, right? I mean, I only watched it when I was a kid mostly, even though I enjoy it to
Mm,
this day. It's
mm,
just I started watching other stuff and you forget about it.
mm. Because
So
I think it was, I'm sure I'm totally wrong, but I think it was something like, say, 78 to 81 that the show lasted, or 79 to 80, something like that. I mean, you could kind of see the decade change through the show.
oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And just and some segments ran longer in the
Yeah.
earlier shows, like that dance scene where they all talk and
Mm,
joke and stuff like that,
mm,
seemed to be a lot longer in the older episodes because they're
yeah.
padding.
Then it went away. They brought it back for the last season, but it was more like 3 jokes and out.
There was a very funny one with Rita Moreno as this kind of sexy dancer, where she goes
Mm-hmm.
to this cafe, and it was really funny because they had an actor in the Muppet costume, and they
Mm-hmm.
would cut, and then like she's like throwing the dummy around, and then throws it against the wall, and then they do a kind of a quick cut to the
Mm-hmm.
actor, in that position, gets up and starts, So it was a very funny bait and switch
Yes.
kind of cutting style. Um,
Wasn't Shatner in the show as well?
Probably,
William, I think.
most
I
major people did the show at some point.
I think either Shatner or Nimoy was in the show for sure.
Probably Shatner. I would imagine it's Shatner.
Yeah, it's more like my
Because Leonard
more or
Nimoy
less.
wasn't known for being funny that much, even though he is funny. He at the time he wasn't. It wasn't until he started making all those comedies that people said, "Oh, he has more
He's a
comedy
good
chops."
actor, so he can pull any script.
Because
Yes,
if you watch
but
behind
he's
the
not.
scenes of Star Trek stuff, all the outtakes, he's very
Hmm.
funny.
Is it?
But you didn't. He doesn't let that out there. If you heard his silly
He
songs
can't.
he made about Bilbo Baggins and all of the bullshit he did back with the '60s music, is terrible.
Yeah, but the
Um,
difference is, did he did knew about that he was terrible and still did it. Come on, he must have known.
they all knew. Shatner knew he was terrible too. But just like Corey Feldman, they have enough ego that they think they're good enough to at least put it out there. Because you
I
don't go
don't
through
know.
all that shit and getting production time in a studio and releasing and selling a vinyl and all that stuff
Yeah.
unless you're somewhat into it, right? It can't be a giant joke.
No, is
No,
this?
there's money, but he's doing like William Shakespeare. He's trying to be serious, right? And that was terrible.
And again failing because nobody would take him seriously. I mean,
Yeah.
for what I
Now he's a
understand.
joke on himself, right? Remember when he did the Saturday Night Live sketch where he's like, "Hey, everybody, get a life," right? Did you ever, he goes, have you ever kissed a girl like the guy with wearing the Spock ears? And he goes, you know, and then right around that time, Shatner started being more funny, and he got on TV shows as other characters. He was no longer because T.J. Hooker, he was kind of serious. He went that horrible toupee. He took
Wait,
himself too seriously with T.J. Hooker, the cop show.
are you talking Shatner or Nimoy?
Shatner, yeah.
Okay.
And now then he started doing all those like song. He even did that album Ben Folds, which is very silly. I am Canadian, and he
Well,
did all this other stuff. Is like trying to be, now he's revealing how he's in on the joke, and he's trying to be funny on purpose.
and obviously failing because no, he's not funny, and he never
Oh,
will.
he can be funny. Have you seen Shatner's Raw Nerve? It's an interesting show. It's a talk show he had for a while.
I started watching the roasted, but it felt so
Oh,
violent
that's
that
just roast. Yeah, that's. But I'm talking. Go look up Shatner's Raw Nerve. It's probably on YouTube, and he interviews famous people just one on one, and it's entertaining.
you've watched Miss Congeniality, right?
Probably it's not my favorite
I
kind of
think this
thing,
is the
but
funniest thing he has ever done.
I don't remember he's in that. I'm
Yes,
sure
he
I've
is.
seen it, but
Possibly not in the first, but in the second, because he's one of the judges of the pageant.
yeah,
It's possibly the second.
I don't
When
remember that. But he did a show for a while as some kind of he was on a show with um oh shit, what's that guy's name from all the '80s movies? Who's still popular with the blonde hair? Um, damn it, what is his name? He's in the Blacklist. He's in a bunch of stuff.
I don't remember the blacklist.
Famous '80s actor, James Spader. He did a show with James Spader as some kind of crazy character, like a lawyer or something like that,
Mm,
and
okay.
just over the top crazy kind of guy. So he's been doing over the top characters now on purpose for quite a while now. Whereas in Star Trek with the Spock, like
Yeah.
where he's overacting, you know.
I don't know to what point that was inaptitude on his side, or that the director saw a mine of laughter out
Like he
of.
was perfect in the Twilight Zone episode in the airplane, Terra 10,000 feet or what it was called.
Don't
Uh,
remember. I don't think I ever saw Twilight
they
Zone
remade it
fully.
in the Twilight Zone movie. John Lithgow played his character, but he did a pretty good job in the TV version because he's good at being manic and kind of crazy, and you know
Oh, airplane too, the sequel.
exactly.
He was funny there
He's hilarious.
because he's trying to be serious. Then he's
And
hilarious.
that's where he started right around that time, and then the Saturday Night Live thing, and then that's when he started being in on the joke.
Lately,
And
to me, sad as it is, the funniest William Shatner material I've heard, sadly, is the stand up that Will Wheaton does.
Oh, I've heard that.
He has a standard routine about how he met William fucking Shatner.
Yeah, I might have heard that. That does
Basic,
sound familiar, but
Basically bitching that he's not a Trekkie, that he hated all the fans in the conventions,
well, he did.
that he
Yeah, he was angry. Yeah.
I don't think he was angry. I think he was drunk all through the 80s.
Well, I think he because he clearly wanted to be a serious actor, right? He did all that Shakespearean stuff,
Yeah.
and he did a bunch of other stuff, other movies, and then he did Kingdom of the Spiders. You ever see that fucking
Shatner,
movie?
what?
Kingdom of the Spiders. Check that one out.
Fucking
That movie is fucking hilarious. It's
King?
essentially tarantulas taking over a small town,
Yes.
and his acting in that, he's supposed to be this rancher guy, and he ended up being like the main guy in it. It's like the hero, and it's just so silly. Um,
King what?
Kingdom of the Spiders.
Oh, Kingdom.
And then 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 he started writing like Star Trek additional story books, right? So clearly he liked Star Trek. He started writing more stories, and then he did that stupid Tech War thing. Uh, and so he's a pretty prolific guy. And then he got to go in the penis rocket with the Bezos penis rocket, right? Remember
I missed
that?
that. I missed that.
Looks like a dick.
Yeah, but I missed that.
Um, and the guy's still amazing shape for his age. I mean, he still rides horses. He's still very physically fit. He's like 80, 83 or something like that. I don't know how old he is. He's way up there.
He was, he, yeah. What's uh, the Star Trek film with the Next Generation when they have to go back in and search him and
The
search for
whales?
him? No, 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 no. That's he. That's
Oh,
original.
Star Trek
What
Five.
was
No, sorry. The Generation, Star Trek Generations.
that's that generation when they
Yeah,
try to chase the
with the
Nimbus to go
Nexus.
back in time? The
Yeah, it's the
Nexus, yeah.
Nexus. Yeah,
He was right in there.
94. Holy shit! I didn't know he was that old. That's even more amazing. The guy's like, he's incredibly physically fit for his age, and it doesn't seem to have dementia. You know.
Funny enough, he feels brighter and more clear-minded now than when he did the Star Trek.
Well, yeah, because like you said, he's probably on drugs and drunk and womanizing and all that kind of stuff. So,
You think he was
oh yeah,
that he was leaving the character? I don't think he was
oh
all
yeah.
fake.
No, I think he was.
Okay,
Why would he care so much about his appearance? It wasn't just for acting.
I don't
You know,
know.
he thought he was hot shit when he was making T.J. Hooker, getting on the roof of a car, doing all those stunts and all that stuff. And
Canadian, yeah. Wait,
yeah,
what was Nimoy Canadian as well?
I can't remember. But he did that whole album with Ben Folds from Ben Folds 5. So goes, I am Canadian.
Joel Brina in The Brothers Karamazov in '58.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's done a lot of stuff. But his best is like what Wagyu said, the Transform Man, where he's doing all the song covers, like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Mr. Tambourine Man. Those are fucking hilarious.
I don't
Because
know
it's
if
his
it's
own interpretation of it. He's not doing proper covers.
yeah, yeah,
He's
yeah.
doing weird ass versions of those.
Beatnik versions. Yeah.
Even worse
Oh,
than that.
still there?
Like he
You
probably.
cut you cutting off.
Oh, sorry.
No.
And one of my favorite things too is these Red Letter Media guys who are like super Trek guys. Um, somehow someone suggested, because they're saying good things about him in some of their videos, that Leonard Nimoy should watch one of their reviews. He immediately didn't like what they said about him and
Mm-hmm.
started talking shit, which crushed one of the guys on the show who really does like him and likes Trek a lot. And then they end up there was this like Twitter war between this fan of both areas
Mm.
and and sending stuff to Shatner. Shatner got really mad and ended up blocking them on Twitter. And they didn't even do anything to him. It's just hilarious.
Talking about beatniks, weird stuff. I just, Metallica, right?
Yeah,
Okay, that Metallica had his up and downs, has changed the
yeah. It's
style, almost following
and
the
and
trends of the
and
moment.
Lars has just been a terrible drummer for years.
Yes, and now I can tell because now I know the
Oh
difference between
God, it's
good
so
drummer and a bad
bad. You can
drummer.
see those live performances, and
Well, no, yeah, but even the albums, there's
yeah,
a
yeah,
couple of doozies in the albums that I went
sure.
like, oh shit! Thank God he wasn't born or recording in the DAW generation.
I said, why don't they just dub over that or something? I wonder they would let that through.
Hmm?
Well, if it's bad on
Come
the
again?
albums, why would they let that shit through? They can change it. They had
Because
Pro Tools
they
back then.
no the classic albums, the ones that put them on the map,
You're not talking about the '90s. You're talking about the '80s.
80 to 89.
Yeah,
That's the first four albums.
right.
So
So he's even
basically,
bad back then. I thought he was bad later on.
okay, back then he was bad because he was still learning to how to play.
He just hits really hard. Like he loves to just pound
Hits
on those
very
drums.
hard, and because he was on amphetamines, he hit very fast,
Yeah.
right? And the problem is because he was getting amphetamines, he gave some to the other guys to keep up,
Oh boy.
right?
And
That's why the myth came. They were the fastest and loudest in the Bay Area
okay.
because
Jesus.
at least one out of three gigs they
Yeah.
were on amphetamines.
Jesus.
And but the problem is in the albums when he has to repeat the same thing over and over again.
He's got to take speed again. So
That's why each album is slower than the previous, and that's why he needs to start paying attention on what he does. And many times when they did the recordings of the floor, as in all of them at the same time recording, there's things they can't punch in because the technology wasn't ready yet, and
yeah.
B, they didn't have the budget for the technology. Remember that the album that gave them carte blanche on the music company, to the recording company recording label, was the fourth album.
Is
And
that
the
And
fourth
Justice
album,
for All or something? Or is that
sorry,
And Justice for All? Is that the fourth album?
yeah, and Justice for All.
No.
And mostly because in the fourth album they finally released a video on MTV
Is that one?
one,
Yeah.
and that's when everything exploded.
Yeah.
And suddenly, for the next album, Black, they had 5 times the budget.
I have to admit, even though one is based on a sad, Johnny got his gun and all that kind of stuff.
Mm. I want to watch it.
At first time I saw it, I had to laugh because they have him banging his head while the headbanging music is playing.
Yeah, they synced it.
It was like unintentionally funny,
Yeah,
but it just made it funny, even though it's not supposed to be funny.
no, exactly.
So,
Even less if you haven't watched the film, because it's one
oh
of
yeah,
those films that no matter
it's
what they tell you, you don't really feel what the film is really about.
sure.
And that video doesn't really make it any favor. Yes, it tells the story
I'm surprised they got
very
away with
much
that video. Like they didn't get sued or something like that because they
because there was the times when MTV had Headbangers Ball in the middle of the night.
Oh, okay. But I mean, once
That
it got out there though, and other people saw it, I'm surprised they.
that's because Headbangers Ball in the middle of the night. That's why all the thrashers and all the speed metals, the Slayers, the Warrens, the what's the band that Trujillo came? Suicidal Tendencies,
Wait, is
Beastie
Warren considered
Boys.
headbanging? Come on.
Well, probably not Warren, but Manowar.
Or
All the
Winger or what else?
but you see that's the thing. It just hit me recently. Is at the same time, Motley Crue, Striper, and all the glam rockies were on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
on the Sunset
Poison.
Stripe.
Yeah.
Metallica was the same night at the same time playing in the Bay Area,
Yeah.
and I was like, how the fuck do you join those two worlds
Mm,
and call both things metal?
yeah.
So think about in which festival do you put Anthrax, Metallica, um, the bands which I cannot name the bands that Metallica learned from.
Sure.
Uh, Many of them that died out of boredom, starving basically.
You know Grim Reaper? Have you heard of Grim Reaper?
I think I heard the band and I probably heard the music.
So I saw a lot of these bands on the Beavis and Butthead show because they'd always have the video segment where they comment on them and
That's
stuff.
another reason why Metallica had a rise.
Yeah,
They were
and I
basically the anti establishment of the
sure.
glam rocky hair metal.
I loved the Grim Reaper segment. They had at least two videos of this they played, but one I think it was called "See You in Hell," and
Mm-hmm.
it's they're looking at this. The singer's really fat and really ugly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they keep showing close up of his face,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes, they're like, "Whoa, what is this? Look at this!" And he goes, "You know, this sucks, all kind of stuff." He goes, "Look at his face." You know, look at his hair. He goes, and he goes, his whole head sucks.
Yep, that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
Thanks to Beavis and Butthead, we had Wayne's World, and thanks to Wayne's World, we had Jackass.
yeah, but Beavis and Butthead is so much better than both of those. So
Probably I never watched them. So my point
yeah,
is,
let's
have you ever heard of a Metallica album? Well, Metallica because they were the ones putting the money on the table. Called Lulu.
no.
Guess why? Metallica, the after rehab
Is this the short hair
reinvention,
period when they cut all their hair off?
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
The
not, then
reimage, they had redid a whole re like a makeover.
exactly what we says more of a Lou Reed album. So think about right. They just came out of the cycle of Saint Anger, probably one of the most despised Metallica
Yeah,
albums
because
ever.
it's horribly mastered, right? It's all like distorted and
No,
noisy and
no. That was Death Magnetic.
oh, okay, right, right.
That was the next album, and that's another story on its own. Now, Saint Anger, basically after the cycle of Reload, which was already blasphemous for some of the fans, uh, they lose Jason Newsted. The story is very long and very blurry. There's too much contradictions everywhere. Let's just state that he left Metallica. And in the middle of the recording, as in more than halfway recording the next album, Hatfield decides to stop everything and go into rehab.
Hmm.
Goes 9 months into
This is the
rehab.
some kind of monster stuff. Is this the?
That's the video they did afterwards.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, kind of through, but mostly afterwards. That's the documentary, because the 1 year and a half on the life of Metallica, telling the story of the Black Album before and through the tour, made so much money. That's why they did some kind of master
Yeah.
for the fans. Bullshit. So Hatfield, right out of very heavy, life-threatening rehab. As in, he had an intervention, basically. The family said, or you go to rehab, or you're on your fucking own.
Is it just alcohol, or what was his deal?
Booze.
Yeah.
But the problem is, he also was a hunter. And he was hunting high.
Hmm.
So, funky shit, right? So, after rehab, when one of the reasons to go into rehab and to go into alcoholism, and one of the things he had to change coming out, is his relationship with Ulrich.
Yeah.
Ulrich, okay, which is what you see, is a little part of what you see in Some Kind of Monster. And if you go to Saint Anger, past halfway recording Saint Anger, he goes into rehab. 9 months later, he comes back. So he stops Metallica for 9 months totally. After the time he comes back, he says, okay, everything we have recorded, burn it. I can't sing those songs. I'm not going to play those songs ever.
Wow.
Let's start the album from scratch all over again. And here I have a book with 30 lyrics, all of them written in rehab.
Wow.
And that's Saint Anger. All the lyrics in Saint Anger is Hatfield going through therapy
Yeah.
out of rehab. And to my interpretation, at least two of them are straight against Lars Ulrich. So think about the new woke, sober Hatfield re-recording everything, thankfully, in my opinion, with the producer of the Black Album, Load and Reload albums, Bob Rock, also famous producer of Motley Crue. That's Saint Anger. What they say about Saint Anger is that the snare drum sound is hideous. It's the worst
Oh,
shit
it's an actual shit
ever.
snare?
It's not a shit snare if you put it into context.
Yeah.
Because what was happening when all that was happening at that point in history, metal was evolving, was coming back from the goth era, from the Korn, the Limp Bizkits, the rap metal, and it was getting more brutal / Slipknot. And one of the things that made Slipknot more brutal than anybody else in the scene, they had one guy whose only job was to bang a beer keg with a baseball bat.
What?
Yes, on stage. He went through 2 or 3 kegs per show.
Hope it were earplugs. Jesus Christ, that's loud.
Deafening. The drummer, the original drummer, which Joy Jordison, because in many shows they got destructive on stage with the instruments, the Who style, he got the kick drum leg broke 3 times in his career by pieces of the drum kit or band members or gear falling into him in the middle of the mayhem.
Wow.
In that scene, Metallica had to come back and still prove that they were the most badass metal band in the industry. How the fuck do you do that? Right out of rehab, when everything has to be
you get in a harness and you have your drummer spin like the
Striper. Striper did that.
Well, no, I think Motley Crue did that first, didn't they?
Forward, I think it was a Striper. Motley Crue had it spinning round and round.
Oh, I thought Tommy was actually spinning all over the place. So
Travis Baker from Blink-182 had the drum spinning around and tilting forward at the same time was spinning on fire.
They win, I guess.
No, not really. So somebody topped it up later on.
Yeah.
So here you have one of the most egomaniac drummers in history, Lars Ulrich, having to prove that his drum sound is still the most badass in metal industry in LA, with Bob Rock, which is a master of recording textures, of creating sound, of sound design. You hear the snare drum in the whole fucking album, which is the thing that I think they did wrong, is the same sound in every song, even the ones that don't match.
Well, that's dumb. Why would they do that for every song?
Sounding like somebody's hitting a beer keg with a bat.
Yeah.
That's how the snare sound in the whole album sounds. When you put it in context, you understand why. A is Ulrich. Now, the word on the street is that in Unjustice for All, in the album, you can barely notice the bass guitar. Okay? It's so low in the mix and so buried by everything else that you can barely tell there's a bass guitar in there. And that was Jason Newsted. the word in the street now in 2025 is that the guy who told the engineer to pull the bass down lower and lower and lower was Ulrich, so the kick drum the kick drum and all the drum sounds would be louder than everything else.
I mean, somehow Tool's able to get that figured out. So the bass has its place and the drummer has his place. And what the hell's wrong with those guys?
Everybody before Metallica and everybody after
Yeah.
Metallica had figured it out. But
Yeah.
once again, Lars is a control freak
Yeah, but it ruins the music. He's an idiot.
but he got away. They had the rest of the sound was good enough for America for the late 80s because they were still way more badass than Motley Crue and Cinderella and Poison and the
Well, Motley
alternative.
Crue is just getting laid all the time. I mean, I think that's all they cared about, right?
Apparently not. What they
They were doing a lot of drugs and getting laid, according to that documentary thing I saw about them. So
yeah, sure. And they haven't died of an STD already. Sure. Even more in the AIDS times. So
I mean, you could get lucky. It's not likely, but you can get lucky.
exactly, it's not likely, not at all. And following that logic that Ulrich took away the bass from Injustice for All, probably was Ulrich the one that forced Bob Rock to keep the same snare sound through the whole album. And
yeah, I think I may have heard songs from it. I haven't heard the whole album, but it didn't. I was never a massive Metallica fan anyway, but I didn't hear anything on that album that was
weird
special.
Because it's Metallica, the kings of black, badass, in your face violence, suddenly becoming clean and sober, and talking about psychological trauma and baggage and luggage and emotional luggage is weird, but still the sound is still really badass, in your face and violent, including the title of the album, which is one of the songs, Saint Anger, which they managed to film. I can't remember if it was Sing Sing, Alcatraz, or some prison center in LA, in the coast. Can't remember.
Yeah.
It was, they made a lot of noise because they actually perform in front of the inmates for the video, obviously. So, well, the next step in this texture, the next album, they do a couple of commercial things like the S&M, Symphonic and Metallica. Basically, Metallica playing with a symphonic orchestra.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that sounded good.
It.
Yeah, that sounded good. Well, I'm a classical nut, so of course I love that. But I mean, it's
the problem is the guy who they chose to do the arrangements. He's a film guy, so all the arrangements sound
Michael
like
Kamen.
I think so.
Yeah, he's amazing. He did the Pink Floyd stuff. He did stuff for Queensryche, right? Silent Lucidity. That's Michael Kamen.
It doesn't really sound like a classic reinterpretation or rewriting of the song. No, it's synth pads made by an orchestra. It's just
it's Orchestration. He's not doing it's orchestration. It's not a whole song he's doing. He's filling in all the gaps. But yeah, it's Michael Kamen. He died young, actually. He did some great work. I mean, the stuff for The Wall was amazing.
Okay, so this album came kind of out of the blue. Lou Reed somehow gets in touch with James Hetfield, singer, rhythm guitar, and leader of Metallica, and they decided to make an album together, Metallica and Lou Reed. Hence the
That's
Lulu.
weird.
You have no fucking idea because they didn't.
And I'm not even a Lou Reed fan. I mean, I've heard some of his stuff, his older stuff.
You've heard the work of not the work of life.
Well, no, the '80s stuff, but even his older stuff he did. I didn't really in that band. I forgot. I wasn't.
It's a Beautiful Day. There were songs.
Perfect Day. Yeah.
Perfect Day. Sorry.
Yeah.
Perfect Day.
But even he did with
Side.
What's that band in New York he worked with?
The Stooges.
No. Shit, what the hell was that other band he was in before
No,
he did
that
all the
was Iggy
solo
Pop and
stuff?
the Stooges.
No, he was in
Demonstrate that stuff too. I guess so, yeah.
and I'll go spit it right out. My brain is fried right now, but it's the stuff he did. Not Digital Underground, Velvet Underground.
Bevan Underground, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really like that stuff. So it's
Well,
just
but at least all that, to my knowledge, obviously, I need to go through his discography one of these days. Velvet Underground, yes. That was he trying to make music out of poetry, because he's not really a musician.
yeah,
He's more on the poet side. In this one, he's trying not to do music with Metallica as a backing band. So think about 60s beatnik
yeah.
level Metallica.
Wow, sounds terrible.
Guess why nobody talks about that album?
Yeah,
The problem is Lou Reed died 2 years later, so it's kind of the last work he ever did. So some people is meant to buy it just
hmm.
for the completism sake.
Wow.
But really,
I'll have to
if you
listen to
wanna,
it once. I'll listen to it once and probably never again. So
if you made it past the third song, you're good. You're safe.
yeah,
And I'm saying song because Metallica is behind. Otherwise,
yeah. I'm not a massive fan of Metallica. I'm definitely not a Lou Reed fan. So it's probably going to be a hard listen, but
yeah.
I'll check it out.
But my problem is being so much a hard listen. I found it brilliant.
Well, I'm sure there's interesting stuff in it. I mean, even Justin Bieber, who I hate, has some talent.
Yeah, but
I just don't like it. You know.
once again, you keep coming from the headspace of music.
Yeah.
Don't expect music in Lulu. Because if
Okay,
you
but I
go,
mean, but look at God, really, my brain is I'm totally not firing all cylinders right now. The guy from the '80s who
Mhm.
did lots of he did like music for Natural Born Killers, and he did a lot of '80s stuff on his own. How he did a cover of Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about right, the Canadian guy.
Sorry, what? Which one?
He's a Canadian singer. I know Waga's in this one
Hallelujah.
as well. He did Hallelujah. He did at least one song on Natural Born Killers. He's done a ton of stuff, and the name is right
Yeah.
in the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember his goddamn name. But he's a Canadian guy with a deep voice. All of his stuff was poetry, but he would barely sing sometimes. Other times he's just talking, and it
And then,
worked.
and
It
then we're
really
not talking.
worked.
Then I don't think I don't know. I know the one you say, because the one okay. Leonard Cohen
Leonard Cohen. That's what I'm thinking
is
of.
the one who wrote Hallelujah.
Right.
But
Oh, he did. Oh, I thought he was covering it.
no, he
Okay.
wrote it.
Okay.
The guy who made the song famous because he made a wonderful, masterful, beautiful version out of it is the guy I cannot remember his name, who died very young, and he didn't have a deep voice. He had a
Right.
mellow, very, very beautiful voice, and
Yeah.
he played very, very well acoustic guitar.
Okay. Yeah, I
But the
don't know.
original
I know a
is
lot of people
Leonard
have
Cohen.
covered it. That's why I thought Cohen covered it. So
So, and legend tells, or paraphrasing legend, tells that Leonard Cohen had a chance to talk with the guy who covered it
yeah,
after he succeeded with that song before he died, because I think it all
and told me
happened
hated it.
it all happened kind of in two,
Yeah.
3 years gap.
Yeah.
No, he told him, Chapeau, this is not my song anymore. This is yours, because
Yeah.
everybody's gonna remember your version instead of mine. Which I'm paraphrasing because I'm not sure he did say so with those words, but I'm sure um, the guy from Stone Temple, no, Stone Temple Pilots.
Well, the famous cover I heard was by a guy who did it with a piano.
No,
Um,
of what? Hallelujah.
yeah,
Then that's the third one. No, the first famous one was on guitar, I
guitar.
think.
Okay. Yeah.
No, the song Heart, Hurt. Sorry,
Hmm.
9 Inch Nails, Who's
Oh,
the
okay. Yeah, yeah.
singer of Nine Inch Nails?
Yeah. My brain is
Singer
fucked right
writer.
now. I know who you're talking about. It's
So I think Nine Inch Nails wrote a song called "Hurt," which is
yeah.
very,
Then Johnny Cash covered it.
and the guy said to Cash these exact words: "It's not my song anymore. Now it's yours,
Yeah.
because
I
yours
think
is
that was
way
a
better
Rick
than mine."
Rubin thing. I think Rick Rubin
Yeah,
did the Johnny Cash thing. Yeah.
Rick Rubin. Uh, Rick Rubin forced Johnny Cash to cover that song because I think he was either involved or around the the time that Nine Inch Nails produced it. So he knew about the original and said, "Oh, you know what? It would be nice for you to come back, version this song, but don't sing, don't don't be what you think people expect from Johnny Cash. You're whatever, how many years you have, 70, 75.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
he died not long after that, right? I mean, it's like
Yeah,
a sad video. He looks
yeah,
terrible in it, and he
yeah.
sounds weak. It's a good version, but it's just depressing,
Because
right?
Rick Rubin pushed that feeling all through the process. I
Yeah.
think is Rick Beato has an interview with Rick Rubin when he tells the whole story, but on the lines that they recorded it like 30 times.
Yeah.
None of them were the right performance until Rubin got Cash and said, "You're doing it wrong. You're trying to be Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not that man anymore. That man is gone. Get the man you are with all the shit you've gone through, rehab, going sober, losing your family, recovering your family.
Yeah.
Pull all that feeling into these lyrics." He
Hmm.
tried one take and beginning to end, and that's the one in the album.
Hmm.
Obviously, with Rick Rubin's match. Did you know that Rick Rubin has, in his own words, zero knowledge of sound engineering?
Oh, and music scales and everything. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, you just everything by feel.
I don't like it. No, don't do it like that. Do it different.
Yeah.
I like that one. Record that one.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
He doesn't know music theory. He doesn't know production. He just
He,
has
in his
smart
own
guys that
words,
work with him and help him make shit happen. And he just
in his
listens
own
and
in his own words, I wouldn't know what button to press.
yeah,
I just know if it's right or wrong.
pretty amazing. You
And
can make a whole career out of it.
not a full career. I mean, to me, then Death Magnetic is when Metallica finally said, "Fuck you, Bob Rock. We going with the guy who's gonna bring us back, Rick Rubin."
Yeah,
I hate that album,
I don't remember it. I don't remember any songs from it. I'm sure I've heard it,
and
but
and and nobody does, for two reasons.
no, I just don't listen to their stuff that much. So I probably haven't even really heard it.
Well,
So
then it's three reasons. The other two reasons is the only thing what Death Magnetic was famous for is because the first master they put on the street is the one you'd mentioned. It was so much compressed
yeah, it
and
was the first
so loud.
sausage. The like it was just a black bar, right?
Everything nowadays is a sausage. No,
No, I
that
mean when
one,
this is like really noisy sausage.
no, that one was so loud that it was unpleasantly clipped.
Yeah,
You can hear the sound cracking in your device,
yeah,
and the fans notice because they release the same song with a different mix before mastering to the Guitar Hero video game. And in the Guitar Hero video game, sounds beautiful.
hmm.
Sounds how it should sound. Little nuance, little dynamics, but
But
clean.
how the fuck did that get through though?
Make it louder, make it louder, louder, louder. It was in the middle of the loudness wars for the
No,
streaming
I get
services.
that, but I mean they still know what
Because
sounds good and what doesn't sound good, right? I mean,
no,
loudness or not.
no, they don't.
You don't know what
Because
clipping sounds like? How the fuck did they miss that?
the mixing engineer knows,
Yeah,
the master engineer knows,
yeah,
but the person saying louder was Lars Ulrich.
All right, well, tell him he's an idiot because his ears suck.
You can't,
thought that-
because he's the one paying your bill.
But did he think that was good?
He didn't give a shit. He just wanted it louder.
But then don't make music.
To the point that because of the contrast with the video game, the whole fan club in America of Metallica wrote a demand to re-release Death Magnetic with the master of the video game.
It's so crazy. I just saw what Wagyu put in there. He's truly an idiot. If he thought that was good, and just because he wanted to be louder and it sounded good on his stupid stereo, he's an idiot.
No, he didn't. That mix could not sound good on any system.
He said he sounded good. That's what Wagyu just said. That was his report that he actually defended it. Now,
Wait.
Is that hubris that
No,
made him defend
I've
it, or
never
did
heard
he
that
actually
shit
like
master.
it?
So I've never heard the shit master. I had always listened to the Guitar Hero 3 rips, which sounds great. And then they fixed the master in about 2014. Lars said the CD sound. Oh, Lars.
See?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's stupid.
Yeah. He is.
I mean, he's stupid in a lot of ways, but that's really bad. If you're fighting for something, and your ears can. I mean, maybe his ears are damaged from all that drumming and no earplugs, but I mean, don't put that guy in charge of anything.
But you can't not put him on anything.
Well, then don't. They
there's
get
only
money
two-
from somewhere else.
You can't.
Who said?
Because they have their own record label. They have their own
But
studio.
the band didn't step up and say, "Dude, you're crazy." They didn't notice. And if I
Against
name on
Lars?
something, yes, Hetfield can't stand up to Lars. He's a pussy.
Why do you think he went into rehab?
Apparently, but I mean, I thought he was a tough guy. He sings like a tough guy.
Why do you think he became an alcoholic?
Lars is a little guy. You just push him over and say, "Dude, you're insane."
But he's one of those Napoleon.
Oh, I know. I get it.
unbearable-
Even more reason to double down on him and say, "Dude, you're stupid. This sounds terrible. You're gonna ruin our image."
Like everybody in metal, we use aggression to cover our insecurities. And Hatfield was a mess. It was a mess before joining Metallica, but it was a bigger mess since his friend Cliff Burton, the famous bass player, died in the tour bus, and that basically sink him into alcoholism, and not having the support of the other head of the band, Lars Ulrich, because those two are the only two remaining members of the original formation.
Yeah.
First lead guitar player Dave Mustaine kicked out because
he went to
partied too
Megadeth,
hard.
right? Yeah.
He made Megadeth
Yeah.
out of that, and every time I hear Megadeth, I don't understand what the fans see in Megadeth.
Who sings in Megadeth?
Him.
Oh, it's also
Mustaine.
him. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
He is Megadeth. He writes, he plays, he sings, he
He
tours.
has
takes
he has an
decisions.
unusual singing style.
That's being polite, yes.
I mean, it just sounds different than some other metal stuff I've heard. He's not screaming all the time.
Or at all. He doesn't scream. He doesn't have a voice.
All right, but I mean, the screaming is a little too much, right? I don't know.
You're talking with me. No, he's not.
You want the raw,
No, I'm more on the Judas Priest side of things, but yes.
Yeah. I love that Beavis and Butthead episode where they're doing Breaking the Law. That was hilarious.
Yeah. Little
Too funny.
Saddam, yeah. You like Megadeth? Please explain it to me. I never understand why. What's so great about Megadeth?
I thought it was interesting. I don't really like any of that stuff that much. I was a metalhead when I was a kid,
Mhm.
but I'm not really a metalhead anymore. I like elements of it, but I don't like
Sadly,
the black metal, the Norwegian death metal, all that kind of stuff. I don't really.
Why? Do you know there's even dwarf metal
I believe
nowadays?
it. Yeah, I believe it.
There's pirate and dwarf metal.
Look, anything has a subgenre. Just keep splitting and make it more crazy than ever. So, and there's also weird cover bands of everything. There's, There's Dread Zeppelin, the Led Zeppelin thing. There's Tiny Kiss. It's all like little people dressed as Kiss. You know,
Uh, have you seen Mac Sabbath?
no, what's that?
A band doing medleys and covers of Black Sabbath dressed in McDonald characters.
Oh man, they should do like Max Headroom Sabbath. That's
Nah, there's no appeal in that. Yeah, well, I'll give it another chance. But every time I listen to Megadeth, all I can hear is the mistakes.
I like their mascot. The mascot's fun. Isn't
Yeah.
it the same name as you? Wasn't it the?
No, Eddie is the one from Iron Maiden.
Oh, is that Iron Maiden? Okay, what's the one in Megadeth called?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't even know if it has a name.
Don't they have a mascot? I thought they had a mascot. It's usually like a skeleton, right? From the skeleton thing.
No, it's more like a psychiatric inmate with he has his mouth stitched with links, with metal links, I think.
Oh, okay.
Big Rattlehead. That's the name. Big
No,
Rattlehead.
never heard of him.
Because I don't think they ever used it on stage. It's only for the album art.
Album, yeah.
And since albums became CDs, the
Uh,
art
And then
disappeared.
and then you gotta love all the weird violent album covers like Anal Cunt and all the weird graphics on there and stuff. Like there's like gore, all this gore and all this kind of like
First Metallica album,
yeah.
before they signed it with Elektra, which I think was a second level from Warner or something like that, was meant to be called Metal Up Your Ass,
Oh.
and the art was a toilet with a tank and the porcelain, a hand coming out from inside with a dagger
Yeah.
pointing up.
Wow.
And that's the alternate, never released actual cover of Kill 'Em All.
Okay.
It was meant to be Metal Up Your Ass. And they decided to put a square with a shadowy vision of a hammer on a puddle of blood. And they thought that was more acceptable than a spy coming out of a toilet.
Yeah. See if they did nowadays they'd have Skibbity Toilet on the cover, right? And, Skibbity Toilet.
What's that?
It's a human head coming out of it. You ever seen that shit?
I don't
People
think
doing
so.
weird stuff with graphics these days. There's all these like trends of and some are like animated and stuff. It's just completely insane. I don't know who's coming up with these things. It's like a meme that goes to hell, basically. It's just people put just random shit together.
Let me just try to see this. Wagyu, I probably misspoke. I say mistakes because to me the performance inaccuracies. To me, thrash and then prog metal and everybody who came afterwards are styles that are based on skill, on performance and playing skill. And every time I hear Megadeth, I don't hear the skill.
How
And
about
the songs that,
Michelangelo Battio?
yeah, the problem with Batio is a one-trick pony.
He's got the.
Do you know he's back on tour?
Oh Jesus, he's such a clown.
And do you know who is with in tour?
No.
He's playing for Manowar.
Oh, I don't know them either.
Jesus Christ, you missed Manowar?
I did. I know Guar.
No, Manowar.
I don't know.
Manowar is basically Conan the Barbarian metal.
Oh, really? That's funny. I'll have to check it out.
Literally.
I like the funny stuff like K9us and Hatebeak. You don't know those? The animal sound bands where the guy gets his dog growling as part of he's doing the singing. He's like he has like a pit bull or something like that. He does all the singing for him. So, and then the Hatebeak is the guy's parrot going nuts, squawking away, and they meddle with that. It's the funniest shit ever.
Well, probably as funny as the guy who decided to use a chainsaw, a petrol chainsaw as a lead guitar.
Sure, sure, yeah.
because he was doing the solos with the speed of the chainsaw.
What Ted Nugent had that album cover where it's like a shotgun chain guitar, whatever. I don't know if he ever made a real one, but it was on the album art.
Hmm. Sorry, we're getting heated here. Wagyu, how to
Uh
put
oh.
it? Individually, the parts, possibly, I could call them a skill, but when they put them together in the song, sounds like
You're talking about the
head.
collage sucks. You like the individual parts, but you don't like the collage.
But in my opinion, the result, the final product, is not good enough to make me forget that the parts feel disconnected and that that the songwriting compared to Metallica is poorer, is more basic, is more like chop and change.
Does a lot of
That's what I've
Metallica
heard.
stuff sound the same though?
No, once again, yes, they all sound the same. That's why it's called metal.
No,
But
but within their style, like the Ramones, every Ramones song sounds almost the same, except for some of the
because
later
it's the
stuff,
same,
which is fine because it's cool. I like
yeah.
that. But some styles, I don't know. I don't know. Always, I'm not always into the same all the way through. I like bands that change
It, you mean through the song or through the albums?
through the years. Yeah, through the albums.
Me too. That's why my preferred band in history is Queen.
Oh, Queen's amazing. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, you
Yeah,
know it's Queen in the first bar of every
yeah.
song, but you can pinpoint every song.
Queen and Peter Gabriel, all this fusion stuff. It's amazing.
And to a point, I was kind of happy with Metallica changing their minds every two albums, changing the style to go with the current. The
Yeah.
problem is Death Magnetic. That's the third reason why Death Magnetic went off the radar of many people. Is like a very bad collage of their first three albums. I can hear the exactly same riffs, the same changes, the same bridges, the same structures, the same drum rhythms, like in copy paste from the first three albums.
Yeah.
That's why I said, "Fuck you." That
Well, because I mean, I don't know. And again, I'm not an expert, obviously, in any of that shit. But I just what I hear because I don't listen to it very often. But it just seems like it's a speed challenge
that's one.
and a fingering challenge. How
Yeah,
like
that's one.
and it's just I don't know. It's just more like a pissing contest than
But
music.
you got Malstim, which is basically is speed without control. Sorry, Kirk Hammett, speed without control. You got Ingrid Malmsteen with speed with control, and you got Steve Vai, which is speed, control, and master songwriting.
Oh, let's see. What does Walker think of Steve Vai? I know you love Steve Vai, but I don't know. I haven't heard his take on Steve Vai.
Wagyu likes Death Magnetic very much. To me, is I love Bob Rock in Metallica. The Metallica I love is the Bob Rock era. Is the one that sounds the best to me. Is the one that sounds the most texture and nuanced and emotional to me. Death Magnetic sounds flat to me. It doesn't talk to me anymore. I lost it. That's why I moved from Metallica to Disturb, and from Disturb, I'm kind of teetering between Disturb and Five Finger Death Punch.
I don't think I've heard Five Finger Death Punch. I know the name, but I don't think I've heard any of their stuff.
I would be surprised if you haven't,
I mean, maybe in a
because
soundtrack, but I haven't gone on my way to find them.
I think the second part of Sin City they have a song,
Okay.
which is House of the Rising Sun, but talking about Sin City.
Okay. It's not closer to that screamo stuff, is it?
Now, yes and no. It's good screamo.
Oh, the
It's
screamo.
good screamo and bad screamo.
Yeah, a lot of the screamo stuff. I just
Okay, let me put it this way. Every generation, every decade, there's a band that has very good songwriting and very good performance and very good record making, recording crafting. But because it's so good and it's so commercial, becomes very commercial and it gets the hate from
Yeah.
the hardcore fans of the genre.
Yeah.
In the 90s was Nickelback.
Oh, Nickelback is terrible. I couldn't stand those guys.
Overplayed, but the music is the only problem with Nickelback's
Uh,
music
that
is it's
Chad, whatever his
flawless.
name is, just I don't think he's a good singer.
He is a very good singer. You just don't like him.
Exactly. My taste, not my taste.
He is a very good singer. He's a very good songwriter. The recorders are flawless, and the songs are very, very high in the craft. Problem is, they're so flawless, they become boring to many people. And they got overplayed on top of everything. The next, before them, you had Kiss.
Yeah, I never liked Kiss.
Because the facade never matched the
I
music.
loved it when I was a kid. I loved the facade. I thought they looked cool, right?
Yeah, but the music was not what you were
No, it's
looking at.
terrible music. Yeah, I didn't. Most of it was
I
terrible.
wouldn't call it terrible,
I mean,
but
Detroit
not
Rock
really.
City's okay, but some of there's like Beth and all this stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is all that shit?
In the hardcore side, in the 90s was Metallica.
You know how I
In the
liked
2000,
Back in the New York Groove. There's a solo album from what's his face. That was good. I like that.
which one? Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons?
No, the guitar guy. What's his name? You remember they had the 4 albums with the faces,
Yeah.
and they all had their own little
Ace
tracks
Frehley.
on there. Ace Frehley. The Back in the New York Groove is actually okay.
Okay. This tour in Europe with Megadeth at the end of the year. Yeah, no. Sadly, I'm on the fence with Disturbed anymore.
That's right. You don't like their politics, right?
I saw a video of the singer signing projectiles in the Gaza conflict. I can't support anybody who supports war and human damage.
But see, they would think that would give them more street cred, right? Because they're like angry singing and there's violent music and all this kind of stuff. And
but that's because you haven't pay attention to Disturbed lyrics, and you have not
well, Down with
watched
the
any.
Sickness is kind of violent, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's made up. It was violent, but from the victim point of view, not from the aggressor.
No, I know they cut that part on the radio. They never played the whole song on the radio. I'm sorry, mommy, all that kind of shit.
Basically, it's a child so abused that ends up retributing his aggressor, which is his mother. But it's all made up because, and that's another reason why Disturbed, sadly, is starting to fall out of grace with me. Recently, I learned that Draymond, before joining the band, had a job managing an asylum. He was the manager of the asylum.
Oh, well, they
So
got a lot of his
all
ideas.
that,
Yeah.
all that imaginary, all that persona, all that stage stuff, although he claims to have gone through very serious trauma, which is basically having to find her girlfriend or fiancé hanging from the ceiling, coming back from work, which it would traumatize anybody.
Yeah.
But things like the sickness, he basically stole it from the patients.
Sure.
And he's becoming very manipulative. You need to watch the latest shows in the last 2-3 years. He goes all about family and helping the needy. It's starting to seem
Well,
like
he looks like Vin Diesel, and he's taking his shtick. It's all about family.
Yes, but the family about taking care of the weak by the force, but taking care of the weak. It's starting to be contradicting itself even more when you learn that it doesn't really come from inside him, but from things he has picked and cherry.
Look, maybe he needed to be in the asylum.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have stayed there.
Wow.
But as I said, and now the newest is very populist, is very well acclaimed by the fans, has a very is Five Finger Death Punch, but because it's kind of the evolution of Pantera. They're southern, I think they're southern or Texas-ish.
Wait, Pantera the parts of Pantera form Five Finger Death Punch?
No.
Oh,
stylistically and ethos-like,
Oh, okay.
and musically, it's like the Pantera meets Nickelback.
Oh,
Super mass selling.
oh boy. I don't think I'll like it then. I'll listen to it, but I'm sure I'll hate it.
They talk about the veterans, same as Disturbed. They talk about, well, one of the famous songs is "No One Gets Left Behind." So it's all about trying to resonate with how do you put it, economically.
It's just like that. It's just similar to that same style. There's that super dorky white dude who's tatted up to the nines, uh, and he's super popular. I forgot his name, but he's a real kind of a douchey guy who's super popular and does kind of like fakey metal stuff.
Kid Rock.
No, no, that guy's a piece of shit. No, I'm talking about a more recent guy who's younger.
White.
White dude. Um, no, not Post Malone. I'm not a fan of his, but he's probably okay. I don't know much about him.
Okay,
No,
let me
it's some
catch
other
up with you.
dude. He just goes by his real name, I think. And he's super, super tatted out. Always hangs out with.
That okay. On the TikTok side of things, check what you're saying. Have you ever heard of Baby Metal?
He's mentioned before, but I haven't heard them.
Okay, think about Judas Priest meet manga.
Okay.
The singers are three girls,
Yeah.
and I mean girls.
Sure.
Well,
Like
by now they're a little grown up
teenagers or
because
something like that. Yeah.
no.
20s.
Girls. When Baby Metal started, the lead singer, I think he was 15, and the background singers, they were like 9 and 10.
Well, that's weird.
Manga,
Yeah.
okay?
Well, there are plenty of
And
older people into manga. It's not just little kids.
and on the TikTok side, because that's how I made them, there's another band called Slaughter to Prevail, which is the what I would call the bad screamo.
Hmm.
It's all about microphone gear and there's not so much voice technique, but gear.
Like I'm not a huge fan of the band, but I would consider Ginger kind of a screamo. But they're
But that's a
talented.
good one.
But they're
That's on the
talented.
good side of
Yeah.
things, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this one, what he's most, apart that he's an active TikToker and influencer, the singer, one of his gimmicks is that he managed to tattoo 90% of his torso black.
Jesus.
So the guy naked looks like wearing a black shirt.
Yeah. That's
And there's another guy, I don't know where Alex the Terrible comes from, uh, who comes with the gimmick that he sings the really brutal vocals without a microphone in the gigs. He's so powerful vocal wise that he doesn't need a microphone. That's the gimmick. It's not real. It's made up.
hmm. Well, yeah, not everyone can do that without trashing their voice, right?
No,
So
no,
tricky.
no. Nobody can. Full stop.
Yeah.
What he does, because he's done this thing. You can see the videos online. He's done this thing on open air festivals. He asks everybody to shut up. The band goes a little quiet, and the guy drops the microphone and starts screaming to the audience.
Yeah.
And the audience can hear him from the stage.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a vocal coach talking about David Draymond, and she said that screamy stuff he's doing will destroy most people's voices, but he learned how
Yes,
to use the vocal folds in such a way
yes.
to get that distortion.
There's a good way and a bad way, and the first good
Yeah.
way is gear.
Right.
What Alex the Terrible does is that he drops the hand mic and they turn on the microphones they have for the audience. They turn it around, and with ambient mics, they get him and mix them very faint into the PA.
Hmm.
I've seen them all. I know what a human throat can do before dying. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Very few people can fool me on metal. I can, in many of the times, I can tell you, metal is one of the first styles that went on silent stages because they had to put so much fucking compression for the singers to cut through that not even the drummer could hit the drums without going like a cannonball through the vocal microphone.
Wait, but what's Corey Feldman's secret? No, I'm just kidding.
Who tell you he can project?
Oh, he's so bad in so many ways. He's always sour notes and just, it's the worst.
Alistair Ball is Russian. He used to be a neo-Nazi, like many others, and had swastika tattoos. Sure, that's another tattoo freak, Alex Terrible. Ghost lost his voice. Yeah, as I said, modern metal, sadly, I mean, the last powerful singer, that I can remember, it wasn't even a metal singer. That was, fuck. He sang with Deep Purple, and he had a band called Alcatraz. It's not one Scott. Fucking hell.
Oh, you're not talking about that guy.
The one who looked like James Dean and singed by screaming.
Oh no, not screaming. I guess maybe. I was thinking of um, Dio. You're not talking about Dio, are you?
No, Ronnie James Dio didn't have a powerful voice.
No, he had a terrible voice too. I never liked Dio. I thought Holy
I
Diver just cracked me up.
I
The way
do
he
like it.
sings, he has a little
Yeah.
bit of that Hetfield thing where he goes Diva, yeah, yeah,
Well, that
no.
was the origins of it.
Basically, yeah.
Graham Bonnet. That was the last powerful voice that I remember in music, and that was in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s. That guy had a fucking cannonball of throat. He could do just with a microphone what many of the metal universe can't do with racks and racks of processing.
Hmm.
But he could only sing one octave at that energy.
It was all like harsh, like kind of stuff.
Harsh enough for the 80s.
Yeah.
By today's standards, it's almost clean.
Okay.
Listen to Alcatraz. Alcatraz was the cradle birth of Ingrid Malmsteen. And when they kicked out Malmsteen because
Is that Steve Vai? Did he go to Alcatraz? Wasn't it?
he was making Shadow over Graham Bonnet, which was the
Yeah.
reason why the band was put together, was made up for him.
Yeah.
They kicked Ingrid out, which he didn't care because he had a guarantee recording contract in Japan to do his own music. And he went on his own career. The only person who found that was available, cheap enough, and could play everything that Musty could play, Steve Vai.
I love that Steve Vai shredded video in the Japanese orchestra where they do all the audio changes to it. That's so
No,
funny.
that was Malmsteen.
I know that's what I mean. I said it's Malmsteen. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so funny. It's
Yeah.
just it's one of the funniest shred videos I've ever seen.
Yeah. We are good saying it. A lot of growling is not about volume. It's a microphone technique, yeah.
Hmm.
Voices you've missed since then. What about... Yeah, Devin Townsend is also a very powerful voice, but is also, because now he has an age, is also pulling a lot of tech by now. He was really, really mighty in Passion and Sex and Religion. Third album from Steve Vai, he got pressure by the record label to sing, to write songs with lyrics, because everything he did before was instrumentals.
Yeah.
And the singer he found for that project was Devin Townsend. Another power of nature, but once again, the guy is kicking his 60s or 70s by now, I think.
Oh, I don't know
So
him.
abusing your vocal cords takes a toll, no matter how good you are.
Well, I mean, isn't that what happened to Brian Johnson from
Okay.
AC/DC. His voice is all trashed, right?
Yes. But once again, the problem with him is he cannot pull microphone tricks because the brothers are by people who works around them or have gone to watch them live. Probably the last very very loud sounding guitar band in the business right now. Though I mean, you remember in the 80s the wall of Marshalls.
Yeah.
None of them had have they didn't even have speakers. They were empty, all shells, all of them. They have probably one full stack, if any, or even less. AC/DC nowadays in 2025 is one of the few bands who is still building two walls of Marshalls, and they are all plugged in.
Who's
There's a
left? I mean, the bass player died, right?
if he did, it was very recently.
Yeah.
They started for. I mean, they
Malcolm.
have an age.
I thought Malcolm died, right?
Is it proper technique or not? Eh, Wagyu is all combined. Is age, is you. The problem is when you're touring, you start with the best technique ever. When you start missing sleep, when you start having sleepless nights, when you have anything inconvenient to eat, anything inconvenient to drink, your vocal cords, they lose flexibility and they start degrading. It's not so much the back technique, which also helps, but it's mostly about the exhaustion of the intensive touring. The vocal instrument is the most fragile of them all. You can hear me right now.
Yeah, it sounds wonderful.
Yeah. Brutal.
You got permanent vocal fry.
Brutal. Yeah.
That's
There's a
it.
lot of this. It's a lot of is a lot of
Yeah.
it's no power. It's just amplification and
Yeah.
compression and altering like so. In AC/DC, there is at least when both young brothers were alive, they're pumping serious decibels on that stage. So it's almost impossible to give him all the power through the
Sure.
amplification. They always obviously try,
I
and that's why
mentioned
they use.
Saxon. Saxon's supposedly the band they modeled Spinal Tap after.
Okay.
They call it England's
Although,
loudest band, Spinal Tap.
well, in the 90s, I heard that Manowar took that record Guinness from them. 104 decibels on
140.
on an open air. Hmm? You're crackling.
Did you say 140 decibels?
No, 104, I think.
Has to be more because Tangerine Dream had a record for like 136 or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, they played some live concerts in the 70s.
I thought a jet stream was like 110.
Oh yeah, I mean all those are beyond OSHA safety limits, so, which is why I don't get the loudness thing anyway. I mean, if it's loud enough to sound good and project to the crowd, that's fine. But to go louder, it's just kind of silly.
110. Okay. Then
Yeah,
it probably was 140.
yeah,
But
140, 150 or something because there was an actual write up. It was 100,
oh, that doesn't sound
130,
right.
something maybe 130 decibels. The Tangerine Dream concert.
What the fuck? That's what the AI is for.
There you go. And you can always trust AI.
Yes.
It never lies. Yeah, Spinal Tap's a classic. It's one of my favorite movies.
But the film is this is Spinal Tap. They take the piece out of like 20 or 30 bands.
Oh yeah, well the choking on vomit reference is about Jimi Hendrix, right? Except in the movie he chokes on someone else's vomit.
Okay, I'm totally wrong according to this. The Guinness World Record for the loudest concert, because there's a lot of small print in these shits. 1976, The Who, 126 decibels.
126. Yeah. I don't get. I'd have to check into that more because Guinness isn't always on top of things. They kind of like lost. I don't know if they really do much anymore. Is Guinness still doing the Book of Records? I thought they were done with that shit.
At least in England, they do it. They apparently the book was kind of a promotional gimmick, but by
Was it from the actual brewing company, Guinness? Is it?
it was supported by the brewing company,
Oh,
but I think it came out of the initiative of a pub owner to have a reference book so they would settle the arguments, the violent arguments among the drinkers.
yeah.
So they all were drinking Guinness. So the one holding the final truth was the Guinness Book of Records. Who was this? Who would win this? Who did this? Take the book, whatever the book says, that goes. Manowar goes to 139. Sound check, and probably that's why they're disqualified, because they didn't held it for the audience. That would kill them. Remember that decibels are logarithmic. Every time you grow one,
Sure.
you're not growing the same amount.
Well, I
You're
read this in
growing
an
a bigger amount.
actual music publication that was like a good source, supposedly, but I might have the number wrong. It was definitely over 120.
Once again, the Guinness World Record. Deep Purple, 117 decibels at the Rainbow, London's Rainbow Theatre. I don't know. Because it's all about who is there to measure, how do they measure,
Yeah, how they did it. Because even the
when
even
did they
the
measure.
decibel meter I bought a long time ago, it's a nice quality one from Radio Shack.
Mm-hmm.
You have to hold it a certain way. It has to be in a certain mode for the space you're in. There's all these like little details to get an accurate reading. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you read it like this next to your body, it's going
Mm-hmm.
to get a reflection and a false reading.
Plus, the loudness is also related to frequency,
Yeah,
as in how we perceive loudness, as in how loud.
sure, sure.
Because the SPL, for instance, is a parameter that every PA, every mechanical audio transducer has to give you. But the SPL measurement is 1 kilohertz frequency, single frequency, 1 meter away from the speaker, and then crank it up all the way up before breaking. That's the SPL.
Yeah.
But then when you start making complex content of the music material, as in more frequencies, we start perceiving it louder that one single frequency would feel to us.
By the way, they said here the Swedish band Sleazy Joe reached peak levels 143 decibels in
Wagus,
Hasselholm.
yeah, Wagus just put that one in
Oh, he did. Oh,
2008.
okay, I just found a thing.
Yeah, but as I said, it's who do you trust, as in who did the measurement, when, and how, and the one for the Who is talking about the whole, or at least most of the concert was steady at that level. But then Manowar raised it, but just for the sound check. Means by the time the people came in, either the same measurement was slower because the people was absorbing the shock wave of the sound, or because they put it down so the people wouldn't complain because it was too loud.
Oh, they said in Motorhead in Cleveland, Ohio, at
Mm-hmm.
130 decibels briefly, but the plaster started coming off the ceiling,
Yeah,
so
but
they had to stop it.
that doesn't take much, which is when it's an enclosed thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's funny.
Hello, Gold Tour of Ghosts. Look who's talking. What are you doing up at 8:20 a.m.? Sorry, 4:18 a.m. my time.
Yeah, Man of
I'm
War
the night owl
129. Yeah.
because it's the sensation of sound pressure is not the same if it's open air than if it's indoors. If
Yeah.
it's a high roof, when it's a low roof, if it's concrete walls or it's plaster walls, the perception of loudness, then is the machine the one that actually tells you, but the machine also uh, reacts to the environment and the obstacles that the sound needs to go
Sure.
through.
Sure. Well, it's like any system. Measuring any system, you can't isolate.
Exactly.
It's hard to do controls
You
properly.
can,
So
and that's why they do, for instance, for the SPL. It says
yeah.
1 kilohertz frequency, as many decibels as you can, measure at 1 meter perpendicularly on a specific position. I don't know
Right.
the the minutia of it, but it has a very defined test, and
Yeah.
that's the SPL value, and nothing interacts with it. There's nothing in the middle. There's nothing around. They don't measure the pressure in the corners or the rest of the room. It's
Yeah.
just 1 meter away.
And you know those guys driving by in their thump mobiles. That's got to be some crazy ass decibels in those things.
What do you call that? What's a thump mobile?
You the hip hop guys blasting their fucking speakers.
Oh,
The whole car's vibrating as they go by. You know.
well, that is what the microphone that is recording is capable of doing with before braking.
Yeah.
But
Like my
that's not
friend,
what you.
one of my friends was a nut. He used to drive around his little BMW like that, and he blasted so loud with these like giant subs in his car that the gas door, little gas door thing, had popped open and was bent, so he couldn't close it. It was like,
But once again, that's those systems. They're not even designed for sound pressure. Yes, they are, but they're not designed for sound enjoyment. They're designed as
well, show off.
air.
Look at me, show off things,
No, no,
right?
they're designed as air motors, air engines.
Yeah.
They're designed to move air, not to sound good or
No,
nice, or
exactly. And you get real close to the car when they
because
finally, you can
when you
finally hear
see
the
them,
little, like the little tiny treble in the car, but it's just, you know.
first of all, if you see that the very long extrusion woofers, they move very much,
Oh yeah,
and
they
you
have
don't.
those little rubber zones, and they often use the polycarbonate speakers so they don't break.
That's the ones that want to show you the inners, but I've seen some of them that they push pull them. They make a air circuit all through design through the walls of the speakers on the car, so the air comes one way and just gets accelerated through the rest of the speakers.
Hmm.
As in, it's the whole system that gives you the record. None individual of those speakers are that much loud as the
Yeah,
whole system. It's basically it's a physics experiment mostly. It's not
sure.
really an audio system. Hey, Mr. Stripe, Culture's Ghost. The problem is now that you're coming is when we should go to bed.
I know. I
Honestly,
should have left an hour ago. I got shit to do, but
sorry.
we're having fun yakking about nonsense, so it's fun.
Yeah,
I got to get some food and go do some shit. But
yeah. Let's keep in
yeah,
touch, okay?
yeah. Get the go through that stuff again and try the last part of that next
Yeah,
time, so you can, because it'd be fun to see how it actually works when it is working correctly
yeah.
with the modulation settings, and
And
then
a couple of other neat tricks that I didn't even have a chance to go through.
that's fine. I haven't had any
Guys,
time to even deal with my pickup yet, so one of these days I'll get to that. But
that's what I mean. Let's keep in touch.
yeah, I know. What I'll probably
Uh,
just do, because I want to take my time doing it, and it's really boring to watch on a stream, I'll just shoot a bunch of video segments of me putting it together. I'll edit it down, and I'll just show the whole process, and we can talk about it while the video is playing.
but that no, my point is that you can use my knowledge to
Well, I'm going to try just
do the
doing it
right
from the manual
pickups.
first because that's another way so people can see that you can do it yourself,
Okay,
right? And
but
then, and,
don't do it on the go. Read the whole book first,
oh yeah, no, I'm
c-
going to read. I'm not going to
because
because I don't want to destroy anything. So
it's pretty confusing,
yeah,
and I think it contradicts itself.
probably.
Okay, I'm
Plus, I
gonna
also
play.
have to take the little speaker bracket off for the little busking
Mhm.
speaker that I have on there right now
Okay,
to and get
before
it all
doing
figured out.
before doing anything, take the pickup on your hand, the hexaphonic,
Hmm.
and try and see actually fit it in the space it's meant to go.
Oh, I know. It's the same thing I did for my the thing I told you about before. The fuck was that thing called? Um, the one that came out in the early '90s. It was a what was that thing called? Remember I told you about that before. It was like it was a primitive pickup with a box, and you have the little individual six uh, pots in it. It hooks to your computer through the joystick port, and then you can use it's kind of like a MIDI device, but
Hmm.
not MIDI. And then it
Yeah,
had like
I
a
remember that.
Sting. It had like a Police expansion pack, a BB King
Hmm.
expansion pack. It was called Rock something Rock.
I know you told me, but I forgot the name.
Yeah, I already forgot the name of it, but I have. The problem is when my fucking guitars got stolen, the pickup for that was left on the one Strat. So now I have
Gotcha.
to either find a whole G-Vox, that was called. So either have
Okay.
to find the G-Vox pickup or I have to buy a whole new set if I want to go through that again.
Or a guitar that already comes with it.
It no, it was pretty rare. Nobody ever
And
has it.
not that they sold it together, but
Yeah,
somebody else might have.
but it was at the time it was pretty cool because I can remember I told you it had the that
Hmm.
learning mode
Yeah, yeah, it
where
sounded
as you
cool.
play each note, it waits till you get it right before it goes to the next note, which is pretty special. So
Cassioton style. That's cool.
kind of like that, yeah. But yeah, I
Nice.
thought that was kind of clever. So I'm sure they're very hard to find, but or they're just more money I want to spend for them. But if I
Cool.
could find another one of those, I will definitely get one of those hooked up as well because
Keep
that's kind of a
checking.
fun blast from the past. But yeah,
Keep checking.
good going on that.
Guys, uh, Mr. Stripe, Mr. Culture, everybody who just came in this last minute, thank you so much for coming. Come back here next month. Is going to be, that's May. It's going to be Friday the 2nd. We'll be back. We'll be going against through the last beats and explaining everything it wasn't clear about the modulation. Or we will go through the pickup installation.
And then the
Let's
following
see.
month will start all over again with the GR-55.
No, no, because when we finish the one round, which we're still at 2 or 3 shows away, we start all over with the bass mode, which is not
Oh,
connected.
the same box can do bass as well. I thought you had to buy a special
No,
model. Okay,
no, it's a different pickup, but it's the
okay,
same pickup. It's
same
just different.
box. Okay, because usually they have the name different, right? They put
Yeah,
like
but the joke is
a B or a G or something.
you cannot do guitar and bass. That's one of the what the fuck were you thinking?
Hmm.
You can do guitar, and then you have to shut it down, reboot it to play bass.
Okay, so you hit a little mode and then it restarts and then
No,
it's in
no,
that
no,
mode.
no, no, no. Turn it off, reboot it again in bass mode.
Oh, okay.
You cannot change from guitar to bass from song to song unless you
Hmm.
take one of the systems, you botched up the setup of the pickup and try to design with guitar parameters, which I think the low frequency wouldn't work. I think it's more likely for the bass mode to use the guitar pickup.
Hmm.
It's a mess. It's to the point that I haven't seen anybody who has done it.
Well, I
It's
mean,
a
other
mess.
things have that boot up thing, like the vSynth. If you want to use the D50, you boot into D50. If you want to use a vocal processor, you boot into vocal processor.
Same
And then
shit.
if you want to go back to vSynth, you boot back into vSynth mode. So,
Same shit.
so
And
it's
we're
a
gonna
Roland
show it.
specialty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the track you passed me.
Oh yeah.
Good night. Take all very good care. Have a very nice weekend.
Thanks
Remember,
everybody for coming
Ramsey
by.
tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Probably in the morning. Who's in the morning with the drones?
Oh, Synchrotron.
Synchrotron.
Yeah, so I'm always
Is
sleeping when he's doing that.
Henrik doing anything?
No, he only does things like once every
2 weeks
couple
or
of
something?
months or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there'll be something coming up.
Sure, I'm sure there will be.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming. See you very soon. Take
Alrighty.
care. Bye.
All right.
And whee.
More synth tar stuff.